Okay, kung balang no manyalusan manyanaw sa tatuturo no, i-programa ka para pa na ani patawlog di minados na ani para tawag pa na ani no. Sanggin palzagwa kus manana si Zeus ang magaumugaan leso rumamay nga kami at si Zeus masi ni tinatulmizo. No gayal kizo kuno ko MCC Keoni zangin si Keoni Peter no taisakan Peter hosono si Zeus masi no Keoni mata na papaki si Keoni ni maulik no si Keoni nga pues malas at tisita konsigi mo na ta no recognize no izokta no si Congressman LJ Manis Castro si Zeus masi ni pinatong mo sir si Zeus masi Katungal kina mampus on siya si Congressman Gimandan Kultura and acting. To welcome si Women's Affairs Executive Director, former Congresswoman, Vice Speaker Felicidad, Taman, Darling, Ogumuro, Invisible Uludong. He's a Carolinian Affairs Executive Assistant, si Cox, si Juan, Itibos, Takabwet. No? Si Zeus Masi. And if we kwenta yung Indigenous Affairs Office, yes, Roman Tudela, Mindiola Tudela no Junior, si Azonatenya, i-baston niya si Kuri, Ogu, si Zeus Masi. Sa ni Maniluta, sa Magatsonta, si Chairwoman, no? Chairwoman gini ni Michelle ni Zagwang, sa ni Magatsong niya, si Nanloli, dan si Nante. Si Zeus Masi, natuli Maniluta ginintiliya, maestra, and of course, the director gini programa ni mo na posibleng paunaogan, umiludzi sa mandadayin ko. Then the director from the Arts Council, si Zeus Masi, bisitata si Dr. Sandy Cham, sa grupo niya, i-dictionary si Zeus Masi. Sinhafa na ditensyon, may lazata no nai respetuta sa organizata waktu para adingani unokto para babay programa paunaogan, i-director, i-Chamorro Refalowash Language Policy Commission, si Senior former Congressman and former Secretary, Director Melvin Odoshi Faisal.
Good morning, Manana Zeus, buenos dias, Lesor Mamay. Welcome to our second day of our conference and conversation in the Marianas, Rulapan, Malili Lal Marianas, or regional dialogue. For recap, I would like to also extend undangkulo na si Zeus Masi para si former Commissioner of Public School System, Mr. Glenn Munya, for allowing the teachers to be with us. Also, welcome Honorable Congressman LJ Castro, and as well as to Honorable former Congresswoman Felicidad Tamanagomero, and also to former Honorable Congresswoman Malua Taiskan Peter. I would be remiss if I do not recognize these other donors. We have been confirmed as of 4:30 yesterday that we have a major corporate donor from the DFST Galleria, Ms. Marian Adan Pierce, President, Mr. Billy Chung, General Manager, and Mrs. Emma Sablan Bizagomis, Manager. Also, I would like to put out that Honorable Senator Sixto Somas just texted me that he won't be able to attend today's session due to a very important meeting that he has to attend to, as well as Mr. Joe Limis, the Chamorro Carolinian Language Policy Commission board member, due to a very urgent family matter. Well, just to summarize our gathering, as of yesterday, there were a lot of topics that this gathering has brought about. It has come to the attention of this agency that there are standards and curriculum that higher education utilizes, and as well as the public school system utilizes as per the board approval, Board of Education. But with those coming forth, it's healthy to have this regional dialogue so that we all know where we should start from. And for everyone's information, Public Law 15-96 established the Chamorro Carolinian Language Policy Commission, and it gave the commission duties and function, which is to study the antecedents, describe the grammar, and prescribe good usage for Chamorro and Carolinian language. We are also mandated to prepare a modern and up-to-date Chamorro Carolinian dictionary. We are also mandated to represent the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands in meetings and conferences on matters dealing with Chamorro and Carolinian language. Make recommendation to the Board of Education on standard orthography to be used in the public school system. We are also mandated to research the Chamorro and Carolinian language and the people and provide such resources to the Joten Kizu Library. We are also mandated to establish, formulate, and enforce policies for government and private sectors regarding Chamorro and Carolinian translation, and to all Chamorro and Carolinian and to certify all Chamorro and Carolinian translators. We are also mandated to promulgate rules and regulations for Chamorro and Carolinian languages used in all government or public documents and public places, including public buildings, roads, places, street naming, and private business signs. We are also mandated to make recommendations to the legislature on policies governing the usage of Chamorro and Carolinian language in the government sector. And we are also mandated to establish and support local initiatives to carry out policies in support of the Chamorro and Carolinian languages and culture. We are also mandated to work on to establish a committee on the certification of Chamorro and Carolinian translators. With that, I would like to start off my presentation. And I did get the blessing of Honorable Kuri Ogo, Crispin Ogo, former congressman, that I would proceed first, and then he will follow after me. I would start off that the Chamorro Carolinian Language Policy Commission, also known as CCLPC, a division within the Department of Community and Cultural Affairs, take this opportunity to report the division objectives currently implemented since I assumed the role as the Executive Director for the Commission. And I would like to thank also my staff who helped me in this. I would like to recognize Ms. Cindy Pangalinan Regis. Please stand up, Cindy. I would also like to recognize Miss Claudia Nicholas Larson, and also Miss Gina Mareham Kamatsu, and as well as Mr. Alejandro Agutu, and as well as Mr. Corey Lee Mendiola, who also helps me, but he's from the LIHEAP program. The CCLPC was established by Public Law 3-26 as an independent agency under the Office of the Governor. In August 1994, through the implementation of the Executive Order 94-3, the Chamorro Carolinian Language Policy Commission was allocated to the Department of Community and Cultural Affairs for administration and coordination purposes. However, subsequently, Public Law 15-96 established the Chamorro Carolinian Language Policy Commission as a division under the auspices of the Department of Community and Cultural Affairs. Our mission, the Chamorro Carolinian, the CCLPC, is mandated to conduct on the language and cultures of the Chamorro and Carolinian in the Senamai, describe the grammar and prescribe good usage for the indigenous languages, prepare a modern and up-to-date Chamorro Carolinian English dictionary, represent the NMI, Northern Mariana Island, in meetings and conferences on matters dealing with languages, and make recommendations to the legislature as policies governing the usage of both languages in the public and private sectors. Staff composition. The general composition of the CCLPC is as follows. Executive Director, and I have the Chamorro and Carolinian translator, 2, and 1 community development specialist. And we have a total of 5. Staff general composition, and those are my duties, and as well as my staff assigned duties. Translation from 2018 to 2019, we've translated 102 documents from various agencies. We also have 21 requests through the phone, and 2 requests, I'm sorry I put translators, but supposed to be interpreter, from the Superior Court on Chamorro speakers. We have not yet gotten any requests for Carolinian interpreter. Here's our action plan that was implemented for 2018 to 2019. Our vision is for families in the Sedemai will be socially and culturally enriched on the Chamorro and Carolinian languages. Our mission is to strengthen, promote, and preserve the native languages. We have secured funding. We submitted our objective was to secure funding for personal vehicle, and our success indicator indicates that we got 198,452 approved budget, and this was completed. The compliance to Section 1246 of Public Law 1596, which is to provide certification for translator, responsible are myself and the Secretary of DCCA. Timeline, we were given 2018 to September 2019. Rules and regulation to be in place, which is with the Attorney General being reviewed. It remains pending. Compliance to Section 1243 of Public Law 1596. 8 members were appointed by Honorable Governor Torres. That was responsible person was secretary myself, were given this timeline. First board meeting held on October 6, 2018, which formulate the board in place. That was complete. We have a pending office space that is still funding situation with the OMB and legislature. We have the increased resource for TV talk show. It's still pending. Partners with other government and community organization, pending. Just for everyone's information, major setbacks or challenges is that the CCLPC continues to face challenges to implement its indigenous language program due to inadequate appropriation funding. Action taken is the 21st Northern Marianas Commonwealth Legislature had revisited the current statute, Public Law 15-96, to revise and incorporate provisions that would allow Commission to establish nominal fee schedule for translation services. And that is House Bill 21-10, which is with the legislature. Good morning, Honorable Congressman Roman Benavente. Welcome. Our goal number 2. Our goal number 2 is to improve delivery of program and services. Our objective is to conduct translation services for government and private organizations. We have completed this because we continue to provide translation services for government agencies such as Department of Public Land, DEQ, Commerce, Mayor's Office, Commonwealth Health Corporation Commonwealth Health Center, and also do a community outreach events and translate for the interpreter for the Superior Court through the AG's office. And we continue to assist with the Chamorro Dictionary and the Amud Nativo organization. Our next objective was to coordinate an island-wide survey on the use of native languages. This still remains pending. We have yet to complete our survey. Coordinate an annual language symposium. We completed this through the presence of Dr. Sandra Chong, where we conducted a Chamorro orthography training for the bilingual teachers from the public school system. And this was in November 2018. Our next goal was to increase public awareness. This remained pending due to that funding or financial constraints from our economic downfalls that is happening, but I'm assured that we are picking back up, so it will be a priority. With the presence of the 2 honorable congressmen, they would take this into full consideration in their mind and in their heart. When you dazzle their eyes, the hearts and minds will follow. Thank you. So that concludes my presentation. But however, I would like to say that the most spoken language in the world, English, is the third after the Mandarin, Chinese, and Spanish. But English is the most commonly spoken second language in the world. English is manifestly spoken in the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, and it's also part of our official language. Evidently, English is the most common language used on the internet. As accessibility to the digital world expands, so too will the spread of English as second language. This will impact all languages, but those languages already endangered will be the most severely impacted as our young people become fluent in the language of the internet and not the mother tongue or indigenous language. The impact will be compounded through our future generation. According to the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, Atlas of the World Languages in Danger, many indigenous languages are endangered globally, and at the rate of loss is estimated at 1 every 2 weeks. Today, a third of world languages have fewer than 1,000 speakers left. Every 2 weeks, a language dies with its last speaker. 50 to 90% of them are predicted to disappear by next century. Furthermore, the UNESCO established that between 1950 to 2010, 230 languages went extinct. Based on what I have stated, the Chamorro Carolinian Language Policy Commission shares that it's not entirely due to the encroachment of the digital world. The root of the declines within the majority of our Sinamite population who speaks English as first or second language due to strict, often oppressive language policies implemented by the United States after World War II and to present. This practice led to indigenous language of our country becoming diminished in their use throughout our Sinamite, as well as the fact that the majority of the media in our Sinamite are presented in English and are presented in English. But lately, with the recent adoption of the Sinamite orthography, we have seen a rise in fluency via children literature in our public school system, as well as within the Diocese of Talancanoa, Mislet, and North Star. And I would like to call upon Auntie Reed de Leon Guerrero to come up here for a presentation.
Buenos días todos. Buenos días. Pinados biyahe ng liidzo bini hulo. Ima-faisen para pago na ani. Lo mahungan zo niga. Sige na mahungan niga. So ito na palabra zata sulehano za pastahin man ahungan no. Menciona niga na gimadzus menhanum dan Gatbo ceconya zati bay para umorna si Senyor Obispo Difunto Obispo Tomas Kamatsu sa hana riku gimadzuus ni menhalomnya itiningonya todo zani futmalidadnya gi banda ni lengguahe. Zau menciona lo kunigab na ani esta no rumitiraw za hacente na tisina sta continua sinente ang corazon niya ni reflecta kada no domingo kontra ebanghelyo umagaga batalya na natumudzo na sempre mata esti sa sabi tibetsoge tisina sta tumogi pero continua para fatatsun yung computer pero printa uzong office sinentente niya kontra palabran Zeus pues fino Zeus pues finaisen niya no guaho ko sinya bayo continua ginen lekcionario ni hatsogui cumplidos din na lekcionario tres afananan ni psycho tres calendario igimadus ausa no anyo a anyo b dan anyo c so este na lekcionario gwini utsulia magi para benafan manliam zo hafa gwinahani gimadus dan hafa mamali no mausa gi presente pues este hakon sasagwa ni anyo ABC no benatsadika no ha printas ti gimit na Vicentus 87 niya tutunis na tsotso lo na funazan at después de antes de obispo za este na lekcionario sinama tsuli gi rectory diocese rectory lo matotsotso gwini usosoda gi zonya fayo na hana mas adelantao hana mas moli ki pinilok niya dyan unto sosinya ha inseda na dyan ginawa maprinta gi tinaitay kada domingo gi kaseta ni gimadzuos pues ha adelanta tinigay niya gwini gwenon ni imit na Vicentus y tantos lo ane girosen 2010 ane muzong New Roman Miso stigi fino English este edzonele ko na gofriku sa pasensya mampus dan hagarikoy todo hagas na tsetsonya zalon un anyo 3 meses na tempo nafunadzan is Roman Miso gifino Chamorro ilanya Santa Misa Misole Romani gifino Chamorro pues todo celebración solemne dan ordinario mangagi galon este tingwa na kada misa kada dia na misa no itinaitay matataytay poro adzad ni palabran finodus ni maproklama pues mangagi galon este so zangin man malagom jo na system in celebra misa gifino Chamorro si pali Jesse Regis di San Vicente mumimisa no fino Chamorro anak kulisa po di perpetual help dan puwingin Sabalo dan alas 9 ano ka ng Domingo na ifumuno yung English lo kada dia celebrate Santa Misa gifinod sa Moro so mansen magufam na no na maskisa di ano palit tagwini gi sa Saipan na no taong sa Moro taong lo guaha dos tres grano na makontinuo si palisin o gumuro roki di katedral dan San Jose Church sa Luisa. Lo na bagus sa maskisya no meganya no sis masin. Director. Magsaya no meganya Filipinos manaazo idayosis pa idayosis sa Langkanoa maazo mamali sa pudi mampus no iskaso mamaleta gwini manggagagogi obispo gi mas ihod na lugar dyan mas libre man na ano sa Bula Palinia in the Philippines. Agustinian priest, Watres, Winnie. Dyan yung bispon mami gipresenti si Bishop Ryan Jimenez, Filipino lokwe. Lo at satsagi manisinya pero kwentus posangan ni lingwahe. Dyan puno may malefas si mapus na sakan antes di Typhoon Mewtwo mamay sini Senyor Obispo sa enigilokye ang katgod niya imagos niya mas na ikadinar ni maatan magis di region no David Yotungo no kumuentus ni lingwahe maski siya gi-basic no na banda. Lo no gibakus na saka nantis di typhoon no si amme dan guaho mane eno nang kada Merkulis an ogaan amme pataluan ogaan dan pananagwi ba na maybe manoy mamali ni man libro gano na ora gini ni vision niya man matutsuli instruction ginas amme dan wajud lo no ani guma siya istap ihut parik Noche Buena guiza no kalan man isungasi man busy no imamali ma sustene después malo ni typhoon yuto za bula no mas no man taxi na puro fan ma akudi so no estina di audio na tinaytay misa no sismasya na sa misa no pega si Senhor Bispo lokwi di audio na kada dia na tinaitay gi misa pues no mana guahas gi todo gi maju sala cuenta no esta no timegay kopya no man mapepega pago sa kalan ma praktika sa ni tauto lo wini na leblo guahan familia no man gift dog za ma sponsor na printamnya sina leblo lo available siyan man makam jadi di Madjo San Vicente gaya siya di bangku makanya na mapega nanu wini sa ajuda si Senhor Bispo may pasa za todo kadgornya na todo man halum man ajuda de video ufan ma nota ginin mano magi so guagini nos quantos copia malago zo beno visita ginin guam za no lokwi usangan ni fino Zuus ni maproklama ginisa kada domingo este na North Star no izum para este mama maila na domingo so man libram jo abdi malago manaitay taftaf itsuli gi taftaf yakan sa pati na pahina una halun kada Merkulis para uma printa gi papel sa stiging kadgonye mung naman para ilingwahi gi papel gi mazus para bendición, sacramentos and bendición, mangai todo galo mestre, disti mabendising guma, mabendising gimanzus, renovación ni boto no masagwa, mama Maila ni pabi celebra 50 años na masagwa ko za niya sa boza, siguro hasu tagnano ni para de gurneba, ko be fino americano, be fino za aniversario gwini sen magunzo po sufaisi ni Senhor Bispo ko taza tinilaika za para bena set biza be de memoria za niya sa so gofna maguf sa man libre hit insa no za nginta necesita interum kilizano sige usay mamali ang gen porofan man hafud ge lingwahe ko pues si Senhor Bispo porona fan ginin estina leblu ni dangklu sige Roman miso menciona nigam na mangagoy archdiocese sa Guam no financial kopya ni munatan maprinta sa man mamaysin na judo po din gihalom estina leblu hadibidis siya gua para tempon Quaresma todo gagi galo mesti gi tempong Quaresma pero lalle danu zangenti along gi manzuus ni ma celebra misa no Domingo Ramos hasta Pentecostes pues no zani ordinario na misa lokwi guizasti imana dikiki gwini po familia oni tauto matay gi halo ni manzuus Jesus Masi. Pues lokwi este na leblo magi Nuevo na Testamento no libre amzo man manyoda kopya gi diocese no todo Nuevo na Testamento gagi gwini 14 na Evangelio esta revelación ang gagi gwini go fino na tsetso ni Senhor Bispo si amme guau dan si Maria Guerrero gi ultimo antes de uma printa leblo no aogangan para ben ripasa itsetsonya para ben ina ko fiat translationnya contra Biblia ni ha iskagayhun pues Ikimadjus uno na hongi na hanahuhonga ilingwahi. Bulan Leblon Novena no nita celebra galong gimata za ni familia ta. Eno siya na debosyon lokwi mani na jujuda ifamaguon ni mga kokolo porofan. Este yo tsotsogui cada a la cuenta cada día o gasta 4 para 5 horas gi matatsung para be ina hafa finais. Di paanya ni baba gai gisi pali Isaac di email za mama Messi pa be translada i tinajuzo general para i tempo na bentu. Cada dia guasa ai society. Za pa guasa tsagi fu mai sinzo nesti fanana gas malago lo tabi opia tati questa gumagago lo no todo si siya na tsotsu in tsetsegwi dan si ammi no kigi an maagang no pura tsetsu guinaiza taza no apas zatin aatan loki para ben fan ma apasi sa intiwa mani gagi apas nyasti no uno na experience aku yani mama namin jo nos cuantos años gi Chamorro bilingual gi WSR William Regis no masangani jo na tisinya be fanagi put si jus no eskwela todo giya higbeno na timan mafanana gi famagun no ima sanganeku na be fanagi ni lingwahi jan ikut turata so tisinya patgun no size na klase fananagwi, classes of fananagwi, tres na second grade and third grade, dan uno na fifth grade. Pues ang manholong gi kwatu tisinya be maupos so tatakam gi peta ne po ubabay peta za kabe na fanholong no debe be maupos holong nyora senyora pues be optati si Joseph Benendisi. Za apasun esti gi mapus na kasi 8 meses malofa Kumalong jo ginigi gali no snack bar or ginigi PIC. The stabas ti boy waiter. The ali ezo fananista ginini speho sa nakakakalong za babadjam dan ya sagwaw ni petta. Za gigono malum jo agoti kanayo za linya nyora senyora. Pues waatan ni na padgon Filipino za bonitong boy. Linya I know you forgotten. Liku ahin. Pues uli inaan niya neo gizo. Pues aniliku, you just look familiar and I'm just happy with the way you greeted me. Dahil niya na no estudyante ko gi tres grado gi William Regis. Pues disiedzo kada rotam da niya sa go matu sa kalana gaom zo I lole ko digi zo ko reward I un patgun yo fanagwi za piop sa ti patgun Chamorro lo hadi memoria I finanagwi ko. Lani ufananami loki famagunzo o opisi Joseph Benendisi le kupor siya be madulak taluani lo be usa sa no kultura loki masanganeku para be fanagi famagun so man maestra ekwa koti put magata jo lo fanagi famagun pati gi kultura na ifarena ini poro fan man lungu man respeta za na itakti no ni bendisyon nizo so Mr. Director, no programas o winigi mapus na October 24 un anyo malofan I typhoon na niya Zulangham wini mogi no guama zamanya I library di diocese di Korea za tagwini na closing kisami guahanya I Korea pues no mapasya I sin za hinami bulan hanum pues podong halo ni kisami pumot po destinay office na fananang compress no pumot po za mehno pues mamfot gun bulan na leblo di halo ni library gofna piniti sa tres semana después matuzo gato di Korea za uli man mamamas ko todo I tres madres ani staff I Korea za liku hafa tidak minito what's going on in this room should I run out tutungo hafa lo duro man masahalo man majujuti I leblu papa gi halo ni trailer ni basula ni poroma saman inapulayan todo Maninapulayan anesta nos quantos semanas a todo tauto ma kukudi familiania zan afamos no takfina na pomatsogwi za masotay library pues no umanapulayan bulala todo na leblo za puno gwa minalongo za nozu no sipaliken hezo manyangoni na nisitas pa manafanyua pues gofna masi library pago empty ma fa conference room lo cantidad na rinikohin ni disti antes siya na leblo senyor obispo manay vista lo ane si humalum zu ne mangago zu lo ki masko za malum zu kulisi un kahun gi yung banda no kahun espeyos za masangoni zu ni yung module niya antiwi those are Chamorro books ana pues ane humalo zu guatu soda 44 nesti sagrada historia to Dr. D.I. Shuster kakwintingo lo gof bonito sa todo historia ni gaigi gihalo ni Biblia man translada ni finut sa moro so guagini no pabinai bisita no man malagwam zu so nasangi gi magay 5 para binai Universidad Guam para zangin man malago ne sa bonito na finanaw gi lo Kristi mas siya proba tay ni estudyante lo man receive na ulit ginenesti so tutsuli magi no kopya nahong para hamzo zan sinya binoyo ni dos para share gani anaji interesado gagwa gigima nos quantos kopya sinya lo kibe fanno isa estaba benti ma bebendisti za no lo pago ni gratis utsuli adibadi para besaba za besalapo ni lingwahe za ni kinimprendi gas dulos peso tsuli za man libre amzo azi malago manaite North Star wagi ni Diaz Grano sinen para mama mela na domingo na tinaite i autografia ni uusagi translation amini seti gi mazu usa i ma i official pago na autografia ni mausagi ni sa sige man mafananang ko e fa mag-uon gi eskwela ikinprende ko ani ma sanction ni legislature David yestige na autografia o mausa pues taklo na si Jesus mas ni atensyon nizo zano
Thank you, Anthony. It is also with great honor that I recognize the late Bishop Tomas E. Kamatsu, the late Dr. Rita Pinos, as well as Tan Kamin Taimanyo, and Auntie Reed and Mr. Joe Sanchez, as well as Mr. Jesus Salamito, the late Mr. Max Olopay, the late Mr. Dave Omar, the late Miss Rosa Warakay, as well as Mr. Lino Olopay and Mr. Jeff Mark, who worked on our first Carolinian dictionary. In closing, I would like to give credit to the unknown author who left these words. Language is intrinsic to the expression of culture. As a means of communicating values, beliefs, and customs, it has an important social function and foster feelings of group identity and solidarity. It is the means by which culture and its tradition, along with its value, may be conveyed and preserved. Suzusumasi, Olomai, thank you.
Can we ask questions?
Oh, sure. Can we give the microphone to her?
Jesus Moxie, thank you so much for the informative overview. Bula bueno, esta uli na and that those are great opportunities that, potential for collaboration. One of the things that we're doing now is, as part of a task force, is to study the different government structures that we would recommend for the Department of Chamorro Affairs on Guam, DCA, and all of the culture serving and the culture-centered organizations on Guam. Can you just review briefly, how are you structured? Because I heard the word you used was an independent entity, and then you were reestablished under the department, under a department?
Yeah. Public Law 3-26 created the Chamorro Carolinian Language Policy Commission. And in 1994, via executive order, it was allocated to the Department of Community and Cultural Affairs for management and coordination purposes. However, when Public Law 15-96 was enacted, the Chamorro Carolinian Language Policy Commission became a division within the Department of Community and Cultural Affairs.
And that's the way it is today?
That's the way it is today.
And since when was that?
That was, Congressman Puri, what year you were legislature in the 15, you were the creator of this law, I believe?
2005.
2005. Any other?
Yeah. Another question, sorry.
Another thing, you'll be very happy to know that a lot has changed since the prohibition on referencing God in the public schools, no? It's honestly, sa sinyong songan ni Philip Chamorro and Tulus ay na and Zeus, right? Beginning with Manana, si Zeus, Mamagun, and all that, no? So we still, we unabashedly just use our faith references as part of the way that we celebrate. Ti sinyong celebra fiesta siyan, tinusangan ni Manyontus, ni ta celebra, and all those kinds of things, no? So that's one thing. Lo, at the University of Guam, no Pagu Hicteri, we're offering a class on Novena. So just to show how far we've gone and how we've reversed that trend that used to be imposed upon us, no? So that's great news. Lo, besangana, lo, you know, what you've done and what you continue to do as a champion, no tim ispipya hafa na klasin no atensyon no but hafa lo gof makaresti na so sa in gof agedisi it's so muzan to di mamalo siya sa the role of the church in preserving our language is a critical aspect, you know. Sa guanabesti manhopin no they attribute the church to our colonization. And we can't deny that the church was an integral part of the force of colonization. Through the years, whether it was colonization by Spain, colonization by the United States, colonization by Germans, or the lack of religion in the case of the Japanese, no? But we know that the church and the cross and the sword marched together. We know that. But we cannot deny either that it's through the church, through the works of Palit Roman and others, and the first Chamorro dictionary was written by San Torres. So, you know, we can't deny that either. So I'm very happy that you are continuing this great tradition that the bishop began. And I think we would love to have all these resources as part of the virtual library of the Commission, and that's another area that we could share because it's virtual. It can belong to all of us, you know. So that's a great thing.
Rita si Diyos mga sinini sa mo sa habi ng pigid sa Guam na si Setbi in electionary. Wahan mo pali mo migi alas 5:45 kada ogaan. Tauta Filipinas. Lo muna na nisa di katidro. Za fuminot sa Chamorro. Lo gitutuhon na yung mga lingkin di lo agagya si Pali James Benavente na sinisiun mo na pweste nga no manatsat yan lo tatsat ba sa Agov Agradesi dyan siga liya kung pinuwa dyan nasa servitori Lepdonizu pues lokwe ma-interpreta kada domingo itsetso mo gimisa pues in nga ito di tauto dyan malingunhahan naman to di ma-interpreta pues insen Agradesi itsetso mo kabing no iya di historia sa si Pali Solarsono ni Mapuno gid sa Guam na Pali ani muna sa nesta si San Victor's Mapuno di 1752 na sakan mataga ilunya sa Mapuno lo antes de azo mamanggi gifino Chamorro para Espanya pues si familianya sulit todo do adzi itinige na gifino Chamorro pues no anem maktu ilun Pali Solarsa no Guam sa makoni papa so believe it or not masaya ma destrosa todo de skull si ilun Chamorro. There was a lot of trials and tribulations during the time of the Chamorro Spanish Wars nangid sa Guam pues ifinena na sa niya profan ma Zama todo di skulls gihalong gimata na antigus yan naman ay nata. Pues lo siha ma-preserve ilun Pali Solarsono sa manahana hulo pa Espanya. Pues animaktu Guam ano ka si mataga niya ilu niya. Pues magay na in celebra hamid zanita totono. Pues imbaba katedro zano esta manggagi listan niya ni Haji todo siya man Mapuno na na tempo. Taza listan namin. So really we got together in spiha todi tinigi Jesuitas. Ni eto siya na Chamorro man Mapuno. Pues magahit na wow maagang inaani Chamorro siya ni man Mapuno mataga man si Dr. Atienza di University sa listan niya kumplido ni man Mapuno na Espanyol. Pues compare kami at sunay para benlista lo ki Chamorro siya ni man Mapuno kung todo ito siya manggagi ginigi no ti Marianas pues danglo na celebration Zonya's call but we turned it around to make it a celebration of the survival of our people the Chamorros pues in Chile itinigi Father Solarsono gifinun Chamorro nga to giiman ay nanya ifinili na manggagago dispensasyon na so di mo hamzo 3 meses antes di inangoko na kabefakto patakan ali lo magahit na kana tisinga man si Rosa ni paraben atan nito siya na palabras manantigo ni gini ni manay natan pues presosyo siya para kita na resources lo magahit ni sangat toda ito mo na igumadzuos sumakba lingwahe sa manatugi to di fino Chamorro no pues no gracias a Dios na manggagaya ibwiniza no sisinya ta celebra lingwahita za hobby so mo binegosyo importante za imon za sinya man collaborate sa Guam lo inaseservitory sa mo Guam
kada Merkulis yung deadline para in North Star no 18 gid sa Guam including the Archdiocese ng manggagago ni before the Tinaytay pues this is Padre James Padre ulala na mali no mahu they want it direct to their email sa police so 18 po to doon ba no lectures mo kini ng buhusa ng namamnaisin mo na ganyan di few weeks ago na ako suwat may kapit na okay
So, gigun magargo na olo na gimas inyo ni para be sen kada.
Pues diyan is the internet, no? In sinata na set B. Yeah, masyaman malilingo man po. Tutori le lulo sisinagi internet. So again, CommissionChamorro.com is our website for the commission, and we have, scanned a lot of documents and put it on our website.
Commission Chamorro.Mailat.
Hanggang por favor.
Chamorro ng monto. Just Masi.
Document si Just Masi read. No precisely ita diskuti pa ako sa ni manilutin ni Bom. Zabof kada tempo ni para tafan adilo o pago. Malago na no bifaisin i komisyon na umakontinuas sa dami kululus na problema sa akin para tasota para pago na ani. No zambi famaisin na tafan matsotso no zan ginatuos. Sa usangan ni si Loling na irason na utumo femino sa Chamorro sa diskan ni kikizo mananay tayo di salzo zan mananay tayo nubena sa tisina nakasota pa ako sa estado mandang puluh sa man fluent di sa tada juti igimazus zan malaguzo na repaisin hamzu ni man kongreso zan todo na kada para tafandanya Depi no gaigi si juus zo tutuhon zo bendisi zangin para tutuhon function e dinanya todo. Sa mga naman malifa za por favor ta continuas sa go preciso si Jesus Masi Jesus maaso.
Nagasi taxi pues munazan si tanki no.
Yes, on my dispenser we I just want to share also on behalf of the teachers, cinema teachers that before I used to go out and visit the schools, and I see the practice of before students enter or exit they do the nyora. So the blessing is there also as well with the students, and I know that the practice is still ongoing now. No, I me recommending commission with Yemin Montaria Mabuk Aleshila where I don't know, translators ka Ayorwal Pale na book para translators sila Rafalwash we hay balal sila public school system Balsto har maskar bangat tangarulong ngare bansha PSS rangal tangare we translate li metakan isita translate nge sohul siya kay bakal ang ngalir pe o i-refer li la CCOPC nge actually imshalip tangar nge buy ka balsto translators nge Isuguli Narabal certified translators, Imjal Bubayo is classy there, certified Makaraki translate Nabuya, Milani office, the CAO, Menalcoti, Menalmanios, where Ebo Patangan words Ebo standardized Alangan words Kasikia, Ebo Balsol Shalukwe. Sigalia la government nge ilan loss na sapal ashe para yung right yala clause na kapas na so meron malupa yung rights certification of translators where
Thank you, Ms. Capleo. What Ms. Capleo was inquiring about is certification of translators. That's also part of the Public Law 15-96 mandating this commission to certify translators. As far as people who goes out and acquire business license as translator, if an agency or as a private sector requests for us to review that person with a business license translated and resolved, we do it also. And this is where we're happy with the recent legislation that would give our commission the authority for nominal fee. Because there are a lot of individuals out there who have business license as a Carolinian or a Chamorro translator, but it's not consistent with the adopted semi-orthography. Like I said, I would be, before I close, Madam Cristobal, with the presentation of your strategic plan, may I ask that I look at it and put it into my objective plan also for this year.
You answer my question.
And on top of, yes, Congressman, Ms. Shara.
We have sent the strategic plan to Joe Limas a few months ago, as soon as we update it, but we'll send it to you, Senor, to just Mase, for your
Mr.
interest.
Director, antes di finalis na produksyon ay programa, no?
Ay, bisa ko bago sa tututun.
Zaon na di faisi si Mrs. Cristobal. Representative wahan ni magkaigwini na momento. No, i-programan medyo ni Chamorro no language ki Zabuahan no ko man potungam zugi papa i-gobernamento i-administrasyon Buahan at medyo malu autonomous no independent no autonomous with a governing board or no juzaw na may ketungan no gizamdo sa kung iba na edukasyon sa legislatura ka lang no wow iti mahalong no kumabisa sa di education committee gilugi legislatura sa inimbrara sa gwini siya naman inimbrara sa edukasyon at the same time the Department of Education which is autonomous agency okay Lo, por razón no facing kita isa popodong i-kadgu i-Chamorro no Carolinian Bilingual Program or Chamorro Bilingual Culture Program falls under the authority of the papay gobernamento. Pues, sige na daw na may facing amzo ko man podong amzo tagano na klasin na kategoriya pa no open amzo ni manin independent more or less.
Ganganzo, kwento. Esther Bofagan no posta. Si Diyos man sinino na Kristiyano sa sinila ka na tumuhang na mandahan, no? Mandahan into existence in 2017. Pues the 2018 meeting on May 8, fininin na guys. It takes a while to get everybody together. Pues no, in Taytay Eliza, man aatan namin necesita mas. Pues ilan na we can only operate within government of Guam. We cannot mandate, for example, Nissan Corporation to put their signs in Chamorro or do anything Chamorro. But many corporations want to contribute. And so one of the first things we asked our oversight chair, si Dr. Kelly Mars, because he had to like so no, he had me pudet need to acquire and dispose of assets. One of the first things that we asked. We have a lot of philanthropic people there that, I know one of the attorneys donated a whole home for a sanctuary, for example, but we don't have that ability. We have people that want to contribute to us, but we can't because we can't receive monies from anywhere. So again, we wanted to expand that. The other idea was that we found out that, again, I mentioned this, the U.S. Board of Geographic Names. No one in Guam controls the place names, but we have that power. Yet, we don't have the power to transmit this information to the U.S. Board of Geographic Names, so that the names of the places in Guam are recorded in the USGS. And so we have that power. There are other things that we are looking at. One of the first things we did for translation is we are mandated to have a AAA process, which is we go out to the community. So we have to devise a fee schedule for translation in order to control that problem. Because there are many people that no chansa itaw-tawta ni sina man translada o manuli dunya business license, and then they can translate. So there's a little bit of that free enterprise there that we're encouraging our own people, many retired teachers that can do this. And so we will also go to that kind of a good housekeeping seal that I mentioned. We have that authority to, it was called authentication, but we shy away from that. We don't want to be the authenticating agency of Chamorro, because there's a lot of legal stuff that goes with that. So we just call it, we provide the good housekeeping seal. And hopefully in due time, that generates its own, dignity. People like to get the Commission's Good Housekeeping Seal, which is actually a seal that we had made, and it's a press seal that we put on documents that are
Chairwoman, I think dispensa pa di I know there's a guahat no campo para ibang mataotsum to collaborate on this Guam and CNMI Language Policy Commission.
So, Senyor Benahanog,
yes.
No?
Sa oras we're behind time. Yeah.
John, if I can just clarify
quickly,
that
please.
Right now, I mean, we have a task force, a 5-member task force appointed by the governor. Our deadline is December 1st to recommend a reorganization of the structure so that it will allow for more independence. So right now, the Department of Chamorro Affairs is under the government as one of the agencies, one of the line agencies, and that's the agency that we work with most closely. We also have the Comisión Chamorro, which is under the government of Guam, but we do have to abide by all of the line agency regulations. Ezumalagumami iparabin mas no independent from the government structure so that we could receive and work with the United Nations, with indigenous rights, with treaties and those kinds of things. Was Ezupakwig's Pigpihan? And that's why I asked the question about the structure, because we're trying to find the best structure which allows us the autonomy we need while we remain part of, we receive local funding, no? Funding from the government of Guam, so we still have to abide by procurement laws and things like that. We're trying to find a good structure that allows us to be meaningful to the government at the same time that we're independent and we can also spread our wings in the international arena.
Si Masi Dr. Sauder,
Dr. Sauder, kumehilului na task force na punta gi gobyerno lo membro bin 5 haamni para ben reglas the cultural agencies.
Okay, si Masi no dispensa disita ta suun mo na i sa oras ta una oras ta na sawit za disita ta na Las Pili Gonzales no manaylo za manaynaho. I siguiente siya na no presentación y para impactawzong data on Chamorro Carolinian identity conferences i hafa no prinipasan niya di laksasiyan na inednon. Después di enno i Carolinian Affairs Office dan i Northern Marianas Descent Corporation i NND para ufamentos Article 12 i Halsey Mandueño no tamo propiedad no Sulatano, winning sa kata na Islas Marianas. Después takan break no director, pataman apa no
11:30 somewhere around.
okay, lo takun sige, no, sa iora, okay, pustaza ba? No? Halo kilos ke mga gusto no po sa después na paisin si director no po di the PSS certification tour guides certification po historian Marianas sa lingwahe sa Filipino sa Chamorro sa Falawas. Po sinimbago Maila zata konsigi mona programa zata paisin si Senyor Kuri Ogu no ajudante zan no right hand no izokta Indigenous Affairs Office Resident Executive si Roman Tudela Jr. Kuri Situsmasi.
Situsmasi no Senyor Mr. Gonzales zabay Togwin Speedy Gonzales sa ST sa ora no ho kumbida ulo si Agnes si mommy administrative assistant para no usangami kinemagi ko utumwa na zo malaw ha law mattu itempo na din yung praktika ha gimenan taw-taw sa undia fuera pago hogo sinya tumon na oficina pinenena no in cuenta di resident executive yes Roman and Tudela Jr. no hafaisin zo para by tulestin at pudet para bayadingani amzo put hafa masusedi na konferensya gi 3 anyos na malofan zan estiman mamamayla siya na tempo put Chamorro and Carolinian Identity Conference no sinya nilafan mamat manamzo hafa na o impega hulo enaw inoigo na gobernamento. Idinanyata na nigap sa pago hain brabra sa pulingwahi. Za iminauling niya yung gobernamento ta giligin na Northern Mariana Island na gumahigi. Gihalom izota constitution po lingwahi tanzazaho na by sinyon no by fasisa dididi no hafa manggaiki gi halumizota constitution cosa que uta comprende idinanya tapago na dia no pati no hafa gaigi gi reglamento pues by now si Agnes Chansa za guiza gofmaulik fumino americano za gao by pula gi finot sa Chamorro no.
On March 24, 1976, President Gerald Ford signed Public Law 94-241, enacting the Covenant. March 24 is a legal holiday in the Sinai called Covenant Day. The Commonwealth Constitution was drafted by 39 elected delegates meeting in a constitutional convention on Saipan in 1976. The proposed constitution was subsequently ratified by Northern Mariana Islands voters on March 6, 1977, and became effective January 9, 1978. Article 12, Section 4, Sinai Constitution. Section 4, Persons of Northern Marianas Descent. A person of Northern Marianas descent is a person who is a citizen or national of the United States and who has at least some degree of the Northern Marianas Chamorro or Northern Marianas Carolinian blood or a combination thereof.
Okay. Lamigay na manautautan no Northern Marianas ti manggofiet podestisya i hafa man matugi i jota constitution daw susura mo na lamigay ti kumuprendi hafa esti Northern Marianas descent zay minauling niya esti aneo tatay za maulig sa manggaygi maniluta giningwang zagof maulig na hindi ka sasangan gini Northern Marianas Chamorro za Northern Marianas Carolinian como Northern Marianas descent no sa maniluta giningwang man Chamorro aloki lowest na constitution specifically identifika na esti na Chamorro yasasangan Chamorro Northern Marianas Inigi in Northern Marianas descent. Parewa zan in Northern Marianas Carolinian, Wasya Tautawis man ginili Caroline Islands. Lo specifically, esti na seksyon na gi Article 12 hasasangan na in Northern Marianas Carolinian.
Article 22, Section 3, Sinamay Constitution. Section 3, Official Language. The official language of the Commonwealth shall be Chamorro, Carolinian, and English, as deemed appropriate and as enforced by the legislature. The legislator may provide that government proceedings and documents shall be in at least one of the three languages. This section shall not be subject to judicial review. Second, NM Constitutional Convention, June 1985.
Pusesigi na pasoda na artikulo 22 seksyon 3 izota Constitution na maadopta di Hunyo 1985. 7 years after establishment imadopta ni izota Constitution di 1978. No masoda dahil ginailik ko gofit putanti lingwahita sa ileleng niya Constitution na 3 na lingwahi ginigit sa Northern Marianas opisyal na lingwahin Chamorro, Carolinian, and English. Kung sinigi zahon na takomprendi mentras mo na tavanasa gani na sinya hawa mangging ifinot Chamorro, Carolinian, and the English the official dokumento na lalang no suzu.
Article 3, Section 23, Sinamay Constitution. Section 23, Resident Executive for Indigenous Affairs. There is hereby established the Office of Resident Executive to the Governor for Indigenous Affairs. Second, NM Constitutional Convention, June 1985.
Pues sanay may adapta i-Constitution kinid no 1968 no 7 años malofan ezo na managwahay na opisina i-Indigenous Affairs. Tinaka 7 años mas no tati na hormona na madiside na puma-establish Indigenous Affairs Office. Pues, next please.
Sinamay Public Law 15-096.
Okay. In Holum esta si Resident Executive no Melvin Faisal ha mensiona por izunia mandates. Lo uno na importante na hatsa estilo sa Resident Executive no uno na persona no manlalanus naan para haji komisyon para komisyon para Chamorro and Carolinian Language Policy Commission. So just a brief history. I think that was 2 years ago, and in Riparas and Rebibio in Public Law 1596. No wahalo ke patigi si Roman is an executive director. Patenya sa giningwiza minagwait na in Sonic Talo no na para magon nagwaha komisyanting para Language Commission policy. So we work hard with Cindy no Regis at that time. In August si Jonas Bersinas and si Gagi si Executive Assistant Tagabel no mandanyam gi opisina sa lingwami na ginadagaw na para taputehi lingwahita sa loke na mas effective Language Commission necessaryo tana fandanya komisyante. So si Roman hatutuhon no dumika mangason niya sa matutuhon nomination pos manafanalo niya nomination guwato gi governor sige na gumapago na mag-usesta guwa komisyante.
House Joint Resolution 17-10.
Na mag-ufeno sa nigam humo kestile ko alright esta list waha dokumento sinya ben nasetbig opisina sa lingwa kay question po autografia esta tingo ng mamano
Article 12, Section 4, and Article 22, Section 3.
O so inaatan na anay inseda estino na patigi constitution inripara na importante ofisinan mo gi ofisinan ta tono di Indigenous Affairs na tarikum misa este jadi kada often na presentation mommy in na siguro na inaalala ba mo na este na tikulo este dos na tikulo gi kada finatinas mommy na presentasyon di komunidad cosa que uma comprende na manautauta na gaigi este ki constitution sa alami gay jangin man mamatinas ang presentation alami gay man mafatu waktu gizami sa linya gracias a Dios na menciona no sa tintingo pues in fact si Roman 2 years ago had to be commission on the public school system na patutigi subjekto niya na iso niya curriculum debi atan za nagwaha patigi eskwela na isi pofan mafana ui famagunta por isota constitution sa mampusan mattoy no na banday po madiskuti por isota constitution ng kawinan di dia mapapatsa na man maestro tawza no dongkulo na explanation Zetsige na in sosudu i public school system na umainay no na pati zaufan mafanagui famagunta tangis sila guaha zusia iti magof comprende por hafa man gaigi gyar lumizota constitution sa lizota covenant agreement. Now, tafanalum po ginigi Chamorro and Carolinian Identity Conference sa inigi man mafaisin momilo. We wanted no napabay naya hamzu Didi idio hafa na importante este lingwahe sa Chamorro and Carolinian gini Northern Ranas mozumas igumaygi gi constitution so inigi na inlagnosin na informasyon put para waha ina comprende gyamong sita sa sinya gilinhita gyalumesti ta mas ta laba hunzung gi bisinuta manamiguta put hafa gaigi gi constitution. Pues i Chamorro and Carolinian Identity Conference zabay na sadika sti hafa gini na sakan no masusedi gi konferensya la benay ang didi na di September 29, 2017 i Carolinian Affairs Office siya sponsor na conference pues gi September 20, 2018 i DCCA no siya no gumiha na konferensya bago nasakan gi September 26 hami gumiha pues gi-permit behind na nagwasti na konferensya mandanya ang Carolinian Affairs i Department of Community and Culture Affairs na ipagbayan para taina hafa minagway mas propyo siya para tasangan po man hodzi esti Chamorro hodzi esti Carolinian zaginin enaw na informasyon na inafandanya izota non-profit zani no practitioners no pareha Chamorro and Carolinian giun kwatu na ipatadiskuti hafa importante para tasangan po hafa na klasin tauto next pues gi Chamorro and Carolinian Conference sinyang title one by one
Conferees for Chamorro and Carolinian non-profit organizations, Chamorro, Carolinian culture practitioners, and some government departments. 2017 brainstormed important elements pertinent to Chamorro Carolinian identity. Language was identified as a major factor to identify a person's race. 2018 strategized the development for those elements. 2019 shared to conferees the implementation procedures for the elements. 2020 review and assess the implementation process.
Pues istintigi giniulo enigi ipasun i-konferensya di 2017 mandanya todo non-profits i-practitioners i-certain departments in man-asfay sinam hafa manimportante para tapuluhulo na isinya tatutun no tumaka hafa siya hafa patatsogi di man mamamayla na para tasusteni ilingwahita, kulturata, kumut Chamorro and Carolinian. Pues gi mapus na sakan, ma-develop hafa siya man masoda na elements gi 2017, ma-develop gi 2018, pues pago na sakan man malakno siya itaymano para susugwe mo na iso na elements. Next. Then in 8 sakan gi 2020 of September 25th, siyempre no watalo konferensya to review hafa to may mano implementation. So we have a 1 year of dry run on all the elements. Pues for the next 3 years, hindi papansegui kada hafa na elements no manggaygi sa mapraktika para taatan ko hafa mas necessaryo patatsogwi na para either ta naay masidio or hafa importante patatsogwi. So assessment is coming up next year on September 25th, 2020. Then on 2021, continue assessment. Kumo estaban satisfecho in non-profits and all the conferees for the next 3 years of trial and error. Then ito na sinya ta publika leplo. Enigi proposito niya na konferensya un día fuera pago. Sinya ta publika leplo para man mamamela na tempo na sinya taalo estigi isomo identity as Chamorro. Pues sinya na patalo ka na na element ni lingwahe esta para tapega na enawa za toza no praktikao na ito na alo esta conformiho na estigi para unsogin na panalala ilingwahe. Pues pago na sakan no sempre application matsogi. Pues we just want to share a few things that we've done the office in regards to language. Number one,
advocated to change a policy at the Sinamay public school system in 2017. Advocated to require Chamorro and Carolinian teachers to pass and practice to be eligible to teach at Sinamay public school system.
And this is a mommy advocacy. We may say we contributed on part of changes sa na policy sa estaba. And hindi para no in question myself and si Roma na nagun baba Indigenous Affairs Office. Hofa na mampus DDD maestro Chamorro and Carolinian. Pues durang man mamaisin man maestro na gipresenti gi 2016, 2017. Pues in seda na lamigay na man maestrota tisinya mapas i praxis 1 no zaizigi na tisinya manafan maestro tati na pues in-identify na mas importante niya si praxis 2 ki praxis 1 sa importante ay dos law. And then para na we went CNMI wise impose na question no za iniko ki retirees za ni komunidad za inseda na inigi na trunka i praxis 1 muna fan ineligible i man maestrota Chamorro and Carolinian no pud na ti mapapas na praxis 1 posintigi kapta na i Board of Education na no kausinya manasuwa di praxis 1 kosaki at least para Chamorro and Carolinian teachers sana kusog timonya no ma-adapta do na senior mo maestro mo maestra CNMI public school system as long as pass si praxis 2. Kung sinigi na advocacy office bidala niya any issue brought to our attention no in regards to indigenous matters manhuhuzungan sa imumumuzi, no? Na itaymano na para ufanligano manautauta Chamorro and Carolinian. Mansauno ang loki ginigiketong o Chamorro, guaiste kasi 5 na episodes. Sa sinya on soda este gi www.mycinema.com. If you go on YouTube, so malumaw din no sinya on ega i-half produkto ni no collaboration from the Humanities Council, OFESTA, Office of Indigenous Affairs, and other sponsors na po ma-develop dun na episode iketugo Chamorro. Next. Pues bago na sakan, no, i-office ha procure esti na makina. Again, this is about language, no? Lami kayo na bayay man honoy man iko konferensya dan hofa siya na hunta man Fino-America kanoy. Masya 80% manggay gisanalong na Chamorro and Carolinian man Fino-America kanoy ta. Okay. Mala za tatsagi esti. Pues man si director to dela mamon equipment, interpretation equipment where right now it's available. We tested it during our last identity conference, pues this equipment is available para hoti malago para famatinas presentation with Chamorro Carolinian. Sinya van magtamzo the office wise on mommy 60 units. Then you naisinyon na setbid sinya kumentus Chamorro, kumentus Carolinian, wa interpreter. In fact, we partnered up with Director Melvin Faisal. We showed them the equipment. We told them that in case we need their help, can we collaborate, partner up? So danging gua event mommy or Haji gua aktividad niya sa Malago Mamatinas presentation with Chamorro or Carolinian. Fanmat to the office then na setbest na equipment. Governor Potsogi or legislature and wise niya presentation, they're welcome to come and use this. The ipunto tagini iparatanaafan man ekung i-audience na palabrata. Kasi nigi nag-procure na equipment para uso ni community. Uso tagi hafa na official presentation, no? Next. Pues gini na sakan i-conference, we came up with few ideas. Sa istige para bagsagi promaktika next year and for the next 3 years, fininin na i-conversational Chamorro, mentoring. We had a great discussion with Dr. Rehebe, si Nanami. We invited si Francis, si Senora Francis. We invited group of educators and matuwatog yung office para bainatan. Sa istatatuma na i-public school system i-eskwela. Matsutsogoy patinyan na po matsog para ofan mamalangwit sa Chamorro and Carolinian. Pues hami naliligaw manera na para hofa na leksyon sinya tatsogi gigima sa inseda na tisinya na para eskwela at tanay mismo za siya patasukta za siya ofan mamalangwit lingwain sa Chamorro and Carolinian. No. Debut gua pate taloke como kita manggay gigima, no? Sila nga edukasyon at tutungi gigima, pues zanggin po lingwahin sa Chamorro and Carolinian, may naloke sa ta praktika. Pues uno na idea na mandanyan, no, zanezo siya na personal, ita mananaw ni Sosuna, uno na idea, i-mentoring program, where tago na tempo siya tanasad with technology. Wahoo is oku either is oku cell phone or is oku laptop sinya guads and sinanami tigof moligzo fumino Chamorro lo hu comprendi sinya sinanami is oku mentor pues inchatsagi pa na guadzo na programa i through izonya cell phone so we izilinya video chatting pues an hour ta schedule na dos Wahoo pa bay mafanago fino Chamorro. Sinanami is a mentor. O sinanami lang niya, okay, kada las 6, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, by organo. Pues through technology, tafana-fana gawin na lingwahi. Pues sinanami, siyempre organ gawin las 6, o opi telefono, video chat, hulilia gawin, halilia gawin. Pues hindi uno na manera na atan na siya man mafana gawin. Most especially, ito siya na young parents makomprende a finot Chamorro or was it yatug of finot Chamorro law senior through mentoring program no man mafanagoy po rin lingwahe. Again, very convenient sa sinya agay giyaw mo living room, sinanami agay gigigiman niya living room, maagang manali, pues manafanagoy. Inigi uno na manera is a conversational Chamorro. I-all through i-short films. Ini presentalo ki conference na un día fuera pago. Tatutun mo na guaiste short film. I know zagwaho mismo desde anadiliki kido seso antes kada Sabado Debi bay kaulo tafta sa pabega Bugs Bunny. Bega siya cartoon. Lo ito na cartoons, puro siya Fino-Amerikano. Half a moment. Zaizota future cartoons recently in showcase the conference in Maisa out of Guam. It's a very nice story. Hombre esta Guam mafatinas uno na film, Maisa or Maisa? Maisa. Bonito, o ega, o naafunada, liko, wow. Esta matsogi uno, Guam. Half a month, man mamayla, 30 years from today, we have our own Chamorro media network. You know, inigi siya ta petsisa ta hahaso, itunggan salapia, nisita daw, janggin salapia, pataaso da toza ideo, at least esta taya plaplanta mona na, undia tatsogi cocomelon. That's all we Barney, that's all we Sesame Street, but they're all in Chamorro or in Carolinian. Pusinigay siya na ideo manhuhuzong, lelikta na siya that's all we pago, agupa, lo at least gayges tay simida, it's a maro para tatonom da kursa kiuloko. Otro na ideo kumahulog i konferensya, sensum Chamorro gihalong gimata. How fast is sensum Chamorro gihalong gimata? Anta considera, no? Istapago Saipan, San Antonio, San Vicente, the different villages, humuzungaw gitin na, unfana ito. Matmanaw ko pang finot sa Murudi or finot Tagaludi. Sa ista manaatsulita. Ista tisinya taolo na isingsomta San Antonio, San Vicente, San Roque, singsomta ista na iman sa Moro or Carolinian, no. Makar ista tanitin minay fashion tauto. Pues si punto gini na sasangan ipatatunzo iseng sa Moro gihalo igima na ipatapraktika ilingwahita. Ang lingwaha mit na sungsung galungguma man sauno gini na programa enoy mit esta iligi po finaanyado isensung galumi komunidad. So gipresente na isensung ta esta tayo. Unggan ta sasangana na you know, tanot Chamorro, tanot Carolinian, Northern Manas descent. Lo ipunto esta diverse, itaw-taw gini Marianas. So we need to start somewhere. Isensum Chamorro gyalong gimata. Otro na plano outreach and collaboration na estisya na ideo 1, 2, and 3 necessary tag-extend papaluta sa pamilya. Pues Teresa, trabia waha mas siya by mensiona. Lo because of time, dali ko now nga, for now sa 30 minutes man manahin mommy. Lo at least by nay hamzo didi ideho, hafay konferensya no hafa waha bilang mommy didi na siya by share para hamzo todo dan loke madeluta giniguam. Pues Jangin man malagwan zo iligi ilumiron mommy nagagi email gagi ageno no by sinya by fanuli Teresa na kuestiona. Oh yes. Okay, no recently nice no 3 años está en Indigenous Culture Expo in collaboration, in partnership with Carolinian Affairs Office, DCCA, NPA, Lady T Foundation, Zanlami guys yan, non-profit man dada niya. Indigenous Cultural Expo fina niya ko no na office indigenous to na para tatutun tumaka tati za para tanafan ega imanaw-tauta famagontay bisita Purizota, Chamorro, and Carolinian lifestyles and life skills. Last week Saturday, no in Cebu, mina 3 años na Indigenous Cultural Expo. Ginaw na hani mazuria na demonstrators, practitioners, puro siya po hafa esti from kunnido na sumitbi. Gibandan din kano, gibandan material siya. Pues ginaw na hani na infacta todo manera na sinyo na serbi from kunnido gi manera ni Chamorro, manera ni Carolinian. Pues Indigenous Culture Expo usually in celebra kada Commonwealth Cultural Day, which is the second Monday of October. Kada esta 3 años na no? Pues geno na dia strictly Chamorro and Carolinian practitioners manggay, ilingwahi, i-announcer, strictly Chamorro and Carolinian na lingwahi man asesen because haanin kulturan finatan Chamorro and Carolinian geno Indigenous Cultural Expo. Anything else? Uno atetengan.
Okay. You failed to mention the talk host on Amut Nativo.
Oh yes, atangan.
That radio.
Dispensa sambil pun na lingwahe na kalanititan no sa focus sa agay lingwahe lo mingay office at so mo na the thank you director na no 3 years ago or last year si Roman ni director has sent na Gofit putanti esti amutta. Iamutta na tradisyonal na amut nativo. Pues esta kada sakan no inagwagwa no workshop na isinya hawin interesado tumungo pun amut no Chamorro dan no Carolinian lokian guat malago mizula very sacred Carolinian na zao na baisangan nila za inrespeta and all we're always inviting them lo están kimprendi nagwan no sizonya no sacred is na lo anyway si Chamorro no traditional medicine naman man sa megay Saipan ninafan man na waha siya man aamti or manzo amti sa Saipan kalanatan na no na timanudo na minasunya na tozes ta manaamti no or manzo amti Saipan lo megay man manaamti. In fact, gigan ano sayangan ni si Dr. Rebel likodak why emergency din na debit fan meeting niya fakure likutinian unwa izunya here. Necessaryo ta masya true office ta take time ano nagpatanagwa apprentice program papa tinian sa munga na para an hofadi angko tinian para nawza ginin Saipan of na watu tinian pofan manamti posenigi request da Misaru ta fanali sa ta kunsige na talo na ideo sa hamzo na aturidad pun amut hamzo tau amut loben saputam pusenigi no patin cece lokoi di office I pudesti pata nalala tati I amut tau tano. All right. Yes, señora.
Dispensa no huko kapabeng pati di pudesti amot na isa gi ma-educatio yes Dr. Deborah Harry engay tumungo under UCLA dia dita protehi esti na traditional na tiningo za pabe faisinaw ko kwahan zungitu institutional review board para I Carolinian zanin para I Chamorro Estina board sempre zona function atu ngasilis no pweste atan hafa siya huzung na tiningo ni tiningo ta proprio pior hamto ni Carolina no gofra gadesi idun midzo resistance ni pelu huzung di imprenta todos idun midzo formula za debit in protehi esti sa ti mafatu tati I beneficio gizahamzu Gula vihuzo, companhia de mosto mongo, hafatay mano pro masaki esti na tiningo para siya ni kooperasyon o fanomatina speak the rest pago, después saben dihet. Ni tiningo ta, pues hafahet. Pues debe adin protehi I tiningo sa esti na tiningo pago na tempo tihita ha fumatina sa na formula. Naging generation papa. That's how we perfected our medicine. Generations and generations of testing in our indigenous labs. And we came out with the most effective amot for our diseases, for our people. I'll give you an example. The Sans people in Africa lost all benefits to Hudia. And malngog pharmacy sina on Hudia, made by countless corporations or pharmaceutical companies out there. They have lost, they don't get royalties, they don't get anything. Anybody today can sell Hudia. It's really an uplifting kind of medication or supplement that allows the Sans people in Africa to tolerate the heat so they can continue their work. So, ang kukusti na David di bahasa ihemplo gizagwa on how to protect is from the Center for Biological Diversity. Zangula siya niya di sinya adu dahil na pagtaputehi idzokta adu. Zamunga na pratafakta zata no iya siya sa bula man kung this, it is the era of corporate profitabilities these days, and they're out to get all kinds of indigenous knowledge. So I'm suggesting that we have, as Chamorros, for example, the Carolinian, I'm so happy to hear that they're resistant to sharing their traditional knowledge. We should have an institutional review board that would be our own Carolinian elders that would decide based on all kinds of evidence out there to protect our traditional knowledge.
Jawa na benay tangkulo na si Zeus Mosi, si Director Falsao nesta na oportunidad sa talo at kwenta di si Resident Executive Tudela na nayanzu tangkulo na agradecimento nesta na oportunidad para i-share po di Chamorro and Carolinian Identity Conference. Da parang doon ay maniluta giniwa si Zeus Mosi.
Si Zeus Mosi, Kuri Ogo in Indigenous Affairs Office, Zan Kanaliko Dr. Custobo. Hunggan, malakan sa tanapagpakito ni Manggay Gwini para hita man champion namzo sa paglalay matamami ng doktor sa tanami sa si Zeus Mosi. Manyigo sa maninaw po si Zeus Mosi talo, no malazata panmataotsong sa tanaw di buenamente na atensyon ta para isigente na prohimo prohima para ufan magpresenta. Isigente na pagtigo ini por asuntun no dueño tauno publiko sa tauno pamilya, no? Gi private property. Isti na provision kasosoda gi izokta covenant kontrata na ma-decide zan ma-forma in talo Americano, United States of America government, zan zokta no Commonwealth. Ginabiyay no independenti, we were a sovereign entity, anay matawaksun gilamasa para o negosyo. Ihafa para no dinisehan i-amista in talo Americano sanita ni sangkatan na madalas. Section 805 covenant za después dito tasosodas tigi anay panyago zan mafatina si the Constitution Northern Marianas Sinamay Constitution in Article 12 na anay no adisidi na uno gizakulo na komisyon anay para aksepta zan para firma i-covenant erasti i-halsi para fanduenyo tauno gwini itanokta. Sinisti na desisyon ti para aksepta zan ti po ma-firma i-covenant. So in Article 12 hinasunmami na no logisi afazan na nami amtaw na desisyon za tanoy agradecimiento y pumundo gobernamental ta ni negosyo in kwenta dihita. I-otro office ni Maluk relasyon ta sa ni federal. Pues sinafa na detention, isigente siya na bisita gini ni Carolinian Affairs Office, si John Tagovell, Executive Assistant for Carolinian Affairs, si Agatha Ketebengan, Catuleo Ketebengan, Luisa y Ana Project Director, ni gi-opisina Bulacio nga Faluash, zan lokui office manager o program no office manager si Vivian Taisakan Peter Nogis. No manami gilali Paulo después no Palme, no? Si Jesus Masi. And then después de no, para ukwentis loki encuenta is Commonwealth Women's Affairs Association zan estaba no championist na prohima na Palawan, futsal Palawan disitam tempun ever since. Guanti man makanyaw ko tagwihani, lo está champion. Subitya, animosa, matanga, malamonya, Loginaisa, yes, no, Cisco. No, pues, Pesanganyam zo, Saipan, Kumentus, no, Isapogo, ti Apan, Ginisihonya, zan, no, malamanyonya, zan, matanganya, para mumutsi Isapogo. Si Auntie Darling Ogomoro, former Vice Speaker, zan Women's Affairs Office, Association Director, zan lokui Treasurer para i Northern Marianas Descent Corporation. In kwenta din nun i put no Article 12. Sinipad ko, si Diyos Masi, malasata na pagpaki si Mr. John Utingos at Takabuet.
Pilasoram, John. Terolan, teropel, terosan, kala lifan naligish sa maslu. Good morning, everyone. As they mentioned, my name is John Tagabo. I'm the Executive Assistant for our Carolinian Affairs Office. I was appointed in 2014 by our late Governor Eloy Enos, and then reappointed by our now Governor Ralph De Leon Torres. As part of the office, I'm mandated by our Constitution to be a part of the Council to review annual budget before it passes through legislature. I'm mandated to report matters on Carolinian descent. I'm also mandated to create services to assist our people of Carolinian descent. So when we came into office, the first focus on all those mandates are the labor, healthcare assistance, education, welfare, and the continuation to promote, protect, preserve our culture and tradition, especially our language. So before I continue on, I would like to call up my project director and our office manager, Vivian and Agta, so we can start the slide and then just explain the programs that we've been doing and what we're looking forward to. Thank you very much. No singing. They like karaoke.
Get carried away. Okay, so so really aming hanganli kami oportunidad yan by tete by Paul sharing at nili kami metay halferi del Bulacio de Faluash. Si Jesus Masi nun na yami estina oportunidad para beni nayam di information pun afa na serbisyo nanay itoto Faluash zan kontodo toto sirma. Okay, I'm gonna try to translate in Chamorro.
Magic.
I'm only good in making songs. So who are we? The Carolinian Affairs Office was created by mandate of Article 3, Section 18 of the CNMI Constitution, and as John has stated earlier, to advise the governor on matters affecting persons of Carolinian descent, review the application of government policies and availability and quality of government services, investigate complaints and conduct public hearings regarding matters affecting persons of Carolinian descent, and may at any time require information in writing or otherwise with respect to matters affecting persons of Carolinian descent from the officers of any administrative department, office, or agency of the Commonwealth. And these are just a few of the mandates that I have listed. And our mission is to develop programs and provide services to protect, promote, and preserve the welfare, culture, and traditions of the indigenous Carolinians. And we envision an empowered Carolinian community who recognize their indigenous rights as set forth by their culture, the Constitution and laws, and who proudly exhibit their culture by speaking the language and practice their customs and traditions. So what have we done? We've had annual Cultural Heritage Month celebration, and this is in collaboration with other departments, government agencies, and our NGOs, non-government organizations. We've held cultural and language symposiums. We've had newsletters printed in the Rafalwash language, monthly concerts where the artists, our local artists, would come out and sing, local songs. And so we have the Rafalwash or Rematau Music Society that hosts these events, and they explain, they talk about where the music comes from, how they were adapted, and all that. We've had Bible translations in Rafalwash, which needs to be updated. We also provide notary public services to the Rafalwash people at our office, and also to anyone that stops by. Our doors are open. And then we have encouraged and support. We support bilingual and the immersion programs, and work and support NGO activities and programs on the promotion and preservation of language. And then we have the Tepingi Kosh Rafalwash program, which Miss Agatha will, talk about. Should oh. Sorry. Oh yeah, you have a mic.
Good morning, everybody. So the Tepingi Kosh Rafalwash, or Caring for Carolinian Culture, is made possible by the ANA grant. It's right here. So the program is structured around a classroom setting where instructors teach students classes on Carolinian culture and traditional skills. So we have listed the objectives of the program of the grant. By the end of the 36th month, which is year 2020, 200 Carolinian students will have maintained among them at least 10 traditional knowledge and practices through participation in the project activities. By the end of the 36th month of the project, which is 2020, the Carolinian Affairs Office will have established a cultural artifact display hall to showcase and support with documents and artifacts the maintenance of traditional Carolinian culture. How do we say this? What the program will produce. So to date, we have surpassed our goals. We have served, or how do you say this? We had more than 1,000 students who have enrolled in our program, and these are the classes that have been taught. So loom making, if you don't know, is the I don't want to say machine, but this the instrument that's used to make the lava or the ter. Muad, the flower crown. Usos making likatutter. I see a couple of you have it on today. Miss Pat and Tiraling, and our special guest. It's called likatutter. Fishing is a really fun class for students between the ages of 12 to 18. So they identify the fish, they read tides, they learn how to use the instruments, spears or equipments. They go out into the water. The instructors actually take them out into the water, and they, this is sand, this is the water, this is bulele, or I don't know what the name of the fishes are, but that's what we do. They do singing in Carolinian, of course, weaving hats, mats, and traditional dancing. So these are just a couple of classes that have been taught in the program.
Oh, sorry.
Danny, you have a bit nervous.
So we just want to share with you a few pictures of the projects that we've had. These are students for the third class, and the last picture. Oh, sorry, I was trying to point. This picture here is the husband of this student here. So they've been attending the they're making classes, and then he went home and built his own loom. He built his own loom, and then his wife is starting to make there. And then we have the weaving, and then the web making. So we reach out to the schools, and we also the departments and agencies that request for us to go and as part of the Healing Through Arts project that was introduced by the Arts Council. And then we have students. She was a student. That's my mom's sister, older sister. And she became an instructor. So after learning how to make the beads, we hired her to come in and teach it during our summer programs. And she's one of the few that took advantage of it. And then language through music, healing through arts. So I don't know how I can play this. These students are, this was our summer program, which we've been holding for the past 3 years. And we have diverse, students. We have Chamorro, Carolinians, Asians, and FSM students that joined us. And the good thing about it, Mr. Amizo is not here, but when he teaches the songs, he tells them the meaning of the songs. So, let me play this other. So, the first song was in Carolinian, and because we went to Center for Living Independent, we taught them in Carolinian, and then he translated it into Chamorro. So, we try to also accommodate, the Chamorros when they are a part of our program. So these are clients with the Center for Living Independently program that we also visited as part of our Healing Through Arts project. And
he just translated that song right there.
Yeah, this song was
to Chamorro.
Translated to Chamorro, and he taught it to the other group of people. Okay, this is also at the Center for Living Independent. We taught them the Sienamay anthem, and we were surprised to know that the students, they sang the song, our people sing the songs, but they didn't know what it meant. So, we also, when we taught them, when we were singing it, they knew the song, but we explained to them the meaning of the song. And then, so here's one of the clients.
I want to tell you about my husband and I, we were on a Navy, like he joined the military after 24 years. And every time I hear this song, it tears in my eyes because I want to come back home. Yeah, so this is the song that brings me back home. Yeah, after 24 years with my husband.
So, when we go out and we reach out to our community, and it really touches us. It really touches us that we, make an impact to these people, to our people. And then the learning never ends. These are our students. I think Pat was talking about Sala Micro. So we taught them Sala Micro, and then we wrote down the words on the board, and we taught them we translated it. So by the time they left the program, they completed the program, they were singing it, they were dancing it, and they were able to use some of the language, like they know what Totomok means, and because Tomok is big and Totomok is very big, so they were really excited. So here's L through L is our number, our counting system, 1, 2, 3, and we also got to teach them that too. And these are the children from the north side, from Tanapak, Cagman, and San Roque. So, and then these are a few, we just wanted to show you a little, a few of the words that the students learned and got to understand during the program. So, Wushire is part of the dancing, Ashushu is a chant, Ilil, like the leaf off, Lebong, Nai, Paili, coconut palm, Lesor, Likatitil. So by the time they left the program, they were able to understand and know how to pronounce, especially pronounce our Carolinian words. So I would like to share with you the challenges that we face trying to implement our programs, and of course, like every other department, every other organization, it's always funding is the always at the top. And then we have communication, participation, and commitment. Sometimes it's very difficult to us to try to get out information to the Falwash community to let them know about the programs that we offer and the activities or events that are happening in our islands. So those are the things that we're trying to work with. And the participation is, most of our people have problems with transportation. And we have the CODA program, Commonwealth Office of Transit Authority, that's still developing right now, and we're hoping that we will be able to work with them. And the commitment of our people to participate and to be part of all these events and projects that we are hosting. And then we have our native language not valued and supported in our homes, in our community, and in the entire CNMI. It is not actively being perpetuated and is in danger of being lost. And then today the native language is spoken with casual and slang words instead of proper words. So our goal is to conduct village meetings, constant media appearance, social media websites, and encourage and support more activities, sponsored by other departments and or non-government organizations, or non-profit organizations, and then also conduct a language survey to be distributed to all members of the Carolinian community to determine current understanding of how people view the value of our language and determine the number of the speakers. And I guess we need to collaborate with the Language Commission and the public school system and Department of Commerce with this. create a language expert log, native language teachers directory, develop policies in support of the survival of the Rafalawash language as an official language, advocate policies to support the revitalization and the maintenance, its maintenance, and then support the development of a full immersion program and its curriculum, incentives for bilingual teachers and students pursuing degree to teach bilingual, and declare Maramal Malilil Falyu, month of the mother language, maybe in February, where, you know, concentrate the whole month of February, just do activities and programs and encourage the use of our native language. Encourage the dialogue in Carolinian, like they mentioned earlier, maybe during the sessions, if they need to speak Chamorro, speak Chamorro, and if, you know, get translated later, or speak Carolinian during their legislative sessions or our regular meetings. And then work with MVA and DPL to encourage establishments providing entertainment to include Rafalawash performances, and maybe make it a part of their lease agreements that they have to have something that's local in the hotels before they sign, before DPL, Department of Public Lands, signs any lease agreements. And I guess Auntie Darling and John will explain further on that. I think I failed to mention that also part of our successes, we were able to digitize the Carolinian dictionary through, it is a product of the Carla project. Carolinian, Mutawid?
Carla?
Carla. Yeah, related. So the Carla project and the Rafalawash Genealogy Society, and this was during the early 2000s. And then also we have a book that was a hard copy book that was published a few years back, which documented and translated a few of our Carolinian chants, which include stories of the migration of the Rafalawash to the Mariana Islands, and how the islands were named from, Guam to Uracas, Churupul. And then also part of our goals and plans is we're still getting a work group together to develop our 5-year strategic plan. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
I guess I have been delegated or designated to do the Article 12 part. Our Executive Assistant for Carolinian Affairs has completed a short presentation on our Carolinian Affairs Office, which was established by our Constitution. So right now, I will just go and go through the Article 12, the provisions of our covenant and the Constitution that protects our rights to our land. Buenos días, Zanatiro para todos most especially our dignitaries that are here and our visitors from Guam, the island of Guam. First, I would like to recognize and congratulate the organizers of this conference for their successes and strong commitment in ensuring that our language remains strong and alive. And si Jus Maasi for allowing me to say a few words with regards to coming in, a few words from our Northern Marianas Descent Corporation relative to the topic that I have been very passionate about, Article 12. As a co-founder of the Northern Marianas Descent Corporation, I am happy to report that the corporation continues to work hard to ensure that the rights and interests of all of our NMDs are protected. Since it was established in 2013, the Northern Marianas Descent Corporation has taken a stand on issues that would impact the lives of our NMDs. Issues that also includes our current political status, sustainable economic development, education, immigration, language and cultural preservation, and Article 12 of the CNMI Constitution, to name a few. Article 12, Section 1 of the Constitution of the CNMI, which deals with alienation of land, provides that the acquisition of permanent and long-term interest in real property within the Commonwealth shall be restricted to persons of Northern Marianas descent. I know that our director from the Indigenous Affairs Office has also covered that. Section 4 of that same article on persons of Northern Marianas descent provides that a person of Northern Marianas descent is a person who is a citizen or national of the United States and who is at least, it used to be that the requirement would be that that person must have at least 25% blood, Chamorro, Carolinian, but right now the person is only required to have some Carolinian or Chamorro blood in him or her. For purposes of determining Northern Marianas descent, a person shall be considered to be a full-blooded Northern Marianas Chamorro or Northern Marianas Carolinian if that person was born or domiciled in the Northern Mariana Islands by 1950 and was a citizen of the Trust Territory of the Pacific Islands before the termination of the trusteeship agreement with respect to the covenant, to the Commonwealth. So that is very specific. So all of the concerns that pertain to ownership of public lands, land to hold land in the CNMI, points to that. That provision makes it very clear. You have to be a person of Northern Marianas descent. And the only way you can hold that for all others, they'll have to be leasing the land. I do know and do understand that some of our some individuals have used other ways to bring other persons that are not considered persons of Northern Marianas descent to own land. But I don't want to go into that provision or that particular issue. There's also another provision in our covenant, and that's in our covenant, that has to do with ownership of public land. That's section 805 of our covenant. And the covenant is that agreement that defines our relationship, CNMI relationship with the United States. Anything outside of that, I think it's up, it's for us to determine whether the United States is living to that agreement or not. Section 805 of our covenant provides that except as otherwise provided in this article, meaning Article 8 of our covenant, not the Constitution, of the covenant, and notwithstanding other provisions of this covenant and those provisions of the Constitution of the United States, treaties or laws applicable to the Northern Mariana Islands, the government of the Northern Mariana Islands, in view of the importance of the ownership of land for the culture and traditions of the people of the Northern Mariana Islands, and in order to protect them against exploitation and to promote their economic advancement and self-sufficiency, will, after 25 years after the termination of the trusteeship agreement and may thereafter, regulate the alienation of permanent and long-term interest in real property so as to restrict the acquisition of such interest to persons of Northern Mariana Islands descent. And B, may regulate the extent to which a person may own land. So that particular section is just a short section of our covenant, but it does make reference to what is required for a person to own land here in the CNMI. To succeed in our mission of preserving our language and culture, I respectfully ask that we continue to keep Article 12, not abolish it. Land is important for our survival as a people, as persons of Northern Marianas descent. It is important for our language and culture to live on. So it is imperative that we do everything in our power to see that all pertinent provisions of our laws and our Constitution and the Covenant remain intact. I will keep my presentation short and allow for questions that you may have before we break and go into the next session. I know that our director from the language and culture arts has something also to present. So that is a short presentation relative to Article 12 that we have been asked to present for you today. So I emphasize land is very much connected to the preservation of our language and culture. And if we lose that, it is really up to us to make that decision, to make sure that our generation and those to come, continue to enjoy what we have and continue to enjoy our language and our culture. Thank you. John, anything?
Questions for?
It's not really a question, it's just something to ask when we see announcement or hear na parufandan niya,
NMDs, the persons of Northern Marianas descent.
Northern Marianas Descent Corporation.
No, por favor, spiya mano ni kaiki sa tapanita sa tibalihit. Kumuta tumuling wahi, zan kultura kumuta sa tanota, right?
Yes.
So zangin ti manita mo na ne. Siyempre man kaigit kiki reef, manaatan olum. Sa taw-taw hizong man papayla gini kita nota zangin ti man korasonit. Zata siga mo na tumatizi mo ni kaigit sinagitanya sa zangin hingo kiregyo na membro. Tutungo tamano para na klaro sa sangangani siya chair na zan podesti na no kumuman managang meeting klaro na todo do samzo NMD auto CNMI man membro gini zagwaji man inispanta lenya meeting membro at one time lokiliko ti membro zo sa temano para di membro pues ang gininhingo ki radio ang ginusin taytay na por favor ta fantanya sama di tibalis ti dinanyan na tagini zani maniluta ginin guam zangin tapansigya mangento sa ta finura followers zan ramrali sa tao sa tanota.
Thank you, Laitan. Si Luz Masi, no, punya oportunidad jauh na dimension para si former Congresswoman Felicidad Chamorro. Thank you for the message. At one time, un tempo, masuselis niya ni pag tutubo ni Northern Marianas Descent. Managwaha ID card, man mag-print ID card rujum. Pues, makontinua muna jay ID card para significa na hogo membro como malitroto da mais um ID card, pues hogo sinya matufungo como Northern Marianas Descent. Unfortunately, ni pikabalish 3 meses, mazula ni mas imakina. Pues di man malagos naman mamano pues para go waatan no inigi uno na discouragement. Y otro na discouragement ma-form uno na, ma-forma uno na i-general Northern Marianas Descent, pues wala talaga yung banda man forma talo. Sa politi agree niya ifinini na ma-forma na Northern Marianas Descent, pues David yung guaha no taluk unity, iji taluk no dinanya dan kinimprendi para todo, iji gini sinya ta ganas ti mona i dinanya mona gi todo kita tahu ta. Thank you.
Sinya para be go ahead, dispensa, senyora.
Jagin ti madagi tu ne, no uhupungok esti na buahahon maestron ginin hitung. Pumanan lagi pamakontak kaya esti high school na pamana majuti hujung esti na jadi ko.
Ya, pues ini gimana masuk sesi jadi kita kan apa sih matanya dan baby kita kan mas nono negara sesi Congresswoman.
Oh yes.
Jesus mercy, Almighty. I agree with your presentation, but we should also look into Article 10 of the Covenant, Section 1005D, which defines Northern Mariana Island. Means the area now known as Mariana Island District of the Cross Territory of the Pacific Island, which lies within the area north of 14 degrees north latitude, south of 21 degrees north latitude, west of 150 degrees east latitude, and east of 144 east longitude. That comprises of even our ocean, not only our land. That agreement is in our covenant. That particular section, 1005B. So not only land, we're also entitled to the ocean. That was the definition of what is Northern Mariana Island. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jesus Masi, Congresswoman, go ahead.
Thank you, Director. That is what we have been saying all along. That is just not the land. It's the waters, the submerged lands which have been taken from us, and we have since, and those that have worked with me, my fellow colleague, former colleague, Chair Benavente, when we introduced the resolution and it was passed to ask the United States, the U.S. Congress to return our submerged lands. We're still waiting. And yes, I agree with you, not just the dry land. It extends out. We own 200 miles. They took away our waters, our submerged lands, and up until now, we're still waiting for that return to happen.
Thank you. Jesus Masi, masuk true?
I just have one
Yeah,
last
go ahead.
thing.
Quickly, thank you.
John knows that we are aggressively pursuing projects that will help bring in investors, help us to be the investors. We should not always rely on other people to come in and be the investors on our land. We welcome that, but there's nothing that should prevent us to use our money that is with the Marianas Public Land Trust to make money, to use that to make money, whatever investment, and I'm so glad that our Secretary of Commerce is here because he's also a very strong proponent of that. So we have projects. We have a meeting now that is waiting to be scheduled with the Marianas Public Land trustees so that we can talk about how we can use that land, that money to start the projects that have been on the table for a long, long time. We are not happy with just seeing our money being invested in stocks and bonds outside of the Commonwealth. We want to invest here in the CNMI. President John and his fellow colleagues on the board and also the membership as of now are working to make sure that that happens. And also protection when it comes to land, leases of our public lands. That's hot on the table. And I know that he has an update on meetings that he's supposed to have scheduled for us.
Kuri, si Diyos masih.
Bena sadi kasti since mamikuentusit puri covenant and todo na ilawzaw na by faisinam do na bangay winis in Taytay further papa loki is section 806 specialmente STC na provision bena sadi kasti linya in the event it is not possible for the United States to obtain an interest in real property for public purposes by voluntary means, it may exercise within the Commonwealth the power of eminent domain to the same extent and further down. Basically, no hanggang tasasangan put i-hafa gunahatag i-805 law. Hindi ta comprende loki. Nan guan misisidan niya Amerikano, siya ha-exercise ito niya eminent domain ni tanota. Tiloya zo, lo ano Taytay naluan.
Mga manluhan panmata nga Miss Cristobo.
Just masih. Jadi ano kuri esti. Ja dispenser sa imas donklo na elefante gini na kwakto. Imilitar. Sa titasasangan sa jam bana manluluhan niya. Lo gipaini na hanabi si Darling si John and si Liz ni i diskutasyon put esti Marianas Island Training and Testing ni Matsogi pes esti Enero 2019 pa gunasakan madiskuti za esta manajan ni Tsetso na i FSM i zomnya i Marianas Trench sta manajan i Tsetso lo puro esti ginin i interesaw i militar. Pues debe aditaspian penolopi ta protehi hit. Sa when they exercise eminent domain, it's for public purpose. Sa hadin na publiko gaygi gwini. Hita na publiko. Ko interesta jusya imatsotsogi. Kung nga matsuli itano 2/3 for example, whatever of one island is that. Hita na we are the public. Is it for our interest? Now we have to assert that. And we really can assert a lot through indigenous rights and moving, darling, and thank you. So you inspire us on decolonization, self-determination, and really it's really, we try to emphasize nation building, folks. We need to emphasize nation building. We are a nation of people. We just need to assert that we are. And be explicit. Pass laws that say, you know, when I was a senator, one of the first laws I passed is Guam claimed its 200-mile EEZ, and you gotta be explicit, it's gotta be in the book. You cannot survive with implicitness, you know. Now, you can read between the lines. No, write it in words that you understand. So just want to say.
Si Diyos masih again, imanota ti manongko, zan manhobin, zan ifamaita, zan ifamagunta. That's why we need to stand up and come to the meetings. Munga na sa kimagi namin, mita pagan, zan tinian, mita panadulala, za atrasaw. Sa siyensya singa, sa timami mention na waha may istrugi eskwela, man masusesedi za hita were so asik zata no tasisedia. It begins at home. Kay manay lingwa hita ifinokta refalowas no zan i Chamorro tutuni giman. Sa mampusit man listata sosoktaha man manangokuhit za imismo gihalom iya pusintokta zan isalakta no inkubukaw. Mga mahiningan. That's why when we call the meetings, please come because there's so much we can do. Dr. Liz and I, Rehebe and I, are commissioners for the Political Status Commission. And take it from us, we will not settle for less. Okay? Our lives are on the line and we will not settle for less. Tauhizong si tatahu, lo bay matay putanohu ihaleho. Okay? Because we are so small that is tenataw no itinimo. Right? So, no, close. And then, thank you.
Podium, malagod sa naparabetot, patseji pagwasastangan si John. Nagayigitsugi Kongreso si Jus Mosi ni Zimang Batsumusia ni na possibility na lai ni paro nakuha isi Political Status Commission kosa kita ina irelasyon ta sa Amerika za ta inan maulik za taliko maulik mona za anti-maulik sa hava na timaulik lo kumo timaulik na afa na para tasiga gagit kaya lameno na relasyon lo anyway pag matututun sa stigin na utungo na sa paraholom si Dr. Corbin uno na expert di tipo di assessment of our political status ni para ajuday komisyon ni para inititonya. Pues sempre como está ready komisyon o papay sinamju todo por favor. Pan hujung zon pan meeting zon sangani komisyon hafa inasunmizu por relasyon pago. Lo antes din pan hanod para kwatu geno na meeting por favor tay covenant maulik ang taza kopyan mizu pan matugi sessions sa guaha grupo o tunga na sa guaha grupo in Reveredy ti grupo ni Political Status Commission na otro na grupo ni paronayam zu mas informasyon kuri relasyon kuri covenant zan hafa masusesedi sa ita man matatatsungit gwini Zamampus taho honra enno na agreement lo tatungo na ya Amerikano quanto biay esta atotsoga mona titsonya sin para na tungoy afa atotsobe. Okay? It should be mutual. Pues necesita na para ta fanhujong por favor sa mga natafan siga di man dilele ko na ti para ta fangupod lo kumesta ora ni para ta fanano sa ta fan meetings at natungo pio di Political Status Commission hafa malagota sa desti relasyon ta hafa ta 60 por favor fanujong za enawa si Jus maasi ni attention mizu za para ibisitata ginin Guam tunga naman nasuday na magtuzo papa para i conference on decolonization si Jus maasi po di mizu iyajurun mizu.
Just mostly, former Vice Speaker, Congresswoman Donnie Ugumero. By the way, speaking of Political Status Commission, Lunis, otros semana a las 9:30 again, para ufandanya i Political Status Commission. Por facto si Dr. Carlisle Corbin, dyan si Dr. Lisa Natividad, para dingani dididik por hafa pa masutsogi Guam, dyan ay inattendya si Dr. Liz i decolonization, Guaha no champion na plano Brown ni para utaf sakudi mo na through the United Nations Brown zan International Court of Justice gi Hague Brown zan lokui International Court of Human Rights gi Costa Rica Brown. So stick around Brown. Okay? Viva Brown. Kamkumanin Brown. Don't turn around. Go on forward. Okay? Si Jus Mousy Brown. Next, but last but not the least, sustenya makakanmizo zan faizu mak tilipas lodo zan tilipas kanifis. Malaza, let's welcome to the table. He's gonna make it Duray Dang Soro, Speedy Gonzalez, the director for the Commonwealth Council for Arts and Culture from the Cinema Government, si Mr. Barber Yobe. Ali Yobe.
Thank you, John. I did prep a 1-hour PowerPoint and 5 pages of essay, but I'll cut it down to a half page of bullets. As I know you guys are hungry, and this is the toughest time to do a presentation right before you hit the kitchen. Very brief, I'm just gonna talk about a few accomplishments that we have done at the Commonwealth Council for Arts and Culture. But before I start that, I want to share something, comment that I heard from one of the elders way back, and it kind of stuck with me, and I always kept this with me every morning before I go to work. He said, although CNMI indigenous people constitute a relatively small part of the world population, indigenous people represent the largest portion of linguistic and cultural diversity on earth. Our traditional practices on our land and waters overwhelmingly contains the greatest remaining reserve of cultural biodiversity. That is strong. So I always make sure I remind myself with that quote every morning, because this is the job we do every day. And I'm really glad to be a part of all of you. You guys are champions of preserving culture and our traditions. So give yourself a round of applause. It's a pleasure to be in the same room with all you guys. I'm going to start with a special announcement with the biggest art festival, our 39th year, coming up in April 16 to the 19th, which is the Flame Tree Arts Festival. One of my colleague, Gloriana Tiburas, is the festival coordinator. Right there, if you need more information, can you raise your hand? So if you want to participate or get involved with the vendors and the programs, please see Glo. We recently opened up a new art gallery in Aurora back in September. I wasn't able to make it because of a conference with our grantors, but Gloriana was there on behalf of the office. It's a beautiful gallery, and they have a lot of traditional art in there. Another success that we have as a team we have accomplished was the tax break for local artists. We worked with the legislators and the Senate, so now it's a public law writing on the agricultural bill to allow artists to do business without being taxed. Up to $19,900, zero tax. Once they hit $20,000 annually, they pay 1% only tax to the BGRT. Another good news is recently we got approved of a grant from the National Endowment for the Arts in Washington, D.C. of close to $300,000. This money goes directly to the artists and our people. The first one is a recovery grant from the typhoon. So if you have an artist that lost paints, canvas, and equipment, they can come in and apply for this grant. Not only for artists, and also non-profit organizations and NGOs. So I recommend if you know anyone or an organization that's interested in three parts of this grant: healing arts with V. I know I'm gonna be talking to you about coming up with the future projects. Healing public arts, which is trying to beautify our island again after what the typhoon did. The third part is the artists, the healing, and the public art. So please, stop by the office. Our website has everything. It has the application forms, our strategic plan for the next 4 years. Please visit our website at cnmiartscouncil.org for more information that I might miss today. Working with Senator Sixto Igisomar for a new law to get a percentage for any investors that comes in to build structures. We have to make sure that the art and the culture plays a role in the design of the buildings. And if not, the money that's supposed to go towards the art will go to our office and goes to an account, which in return goes back to the artist. And the artists will do the programs on public arts all around the islands. I know I could go on and on about the great things about arts in our community, but I'm just cutting it short and just try to do a brief but important parts of what we do. At one point, our office was so small, I was the only staff. It was just me and my boss before. But now we have grown slowly, but I guess we're getting there. We have a total of 15 staff now from here, Tinan and Aurora. So we're slowly expanding and making sure our programs is available for our community and our people. Am I moving too fast? Sorry. I'm excited. Tourism, of course, is a big element to our economy. And culture is how we sell. I don't know, I just think, how do we promote us as a destination for other visitors? It's our culture. What makes us different? Our unique cultures, Chamorro and Carolinian. So we're working on those plans with MBA and the legislators. And of course, to allow our performing arts to be in the hotels as well. Any questions? I think
Well, since you have funding for beautification, I'd like to recommend that you work with, I don't know, probably forestry or agriculture to plant, the flowers that we use for our muer. So maybe like taibol and ilang or all those local plants that we usually use for the muer, and maybe like those plants, and probably even coconuts, since we've lost a lot of coconuts on the island. And boys, when they perform the mass, they use the coconut. So just a recommendation around your beautifying project.
Thank you. Let me clarify the beautifying project under this grant. This is art. So it deals with public art, murals. We're also, we're going to support the Lady Diana's pole painting. So I think what you're talking about is more into forestry, agriculture, and maybe the mayor's office. But beautifying with arts, painting, whether it's structure, a statue, something in the art section of the grant.
And you'll be going out to promote those?
Yes, we're doing a press release now to do announcement on this grant and the requirements. So you'll be seeing it on the paper
Right.
and in the media.
Right. Any other question? Okay, Auntie Malua?
Yes. There she is.
Oh, until next, Auntie Reed. Literary arts na guy.
Mr. Yobe, because I mentioned the loss of the library at the diocese, and I know there's a lot of collections there of old books and maybe paintings too, or whatever frames that were there. Do you think that the diocese can?
Yes, you can come in and apply to replenish the lost items, picture frames, paintings.
The books.
Books.
Cover books. Those
Unfortunately, this grant was so strictly on arts. Yeah.
Okay.
But literary.
Literary arts.
Those that are done by the
Visual, I think that falls into
Weekend
visual
or
arts.
done.
I think maybe we should make time come in the office and
Okay. Can I check with
The
Bishop
primary art
first to
book.
see what do they, purchase things that
And when you do come, just make a list of what was lost.
Alright, so do Jesus Malik.
Okay, that's it. Auntie Malua, that's it? You're done? Question?
One more before lunch.
Go ahead.
Yeah, because he mentioned that we have all these monies for arts, visual arts. If we can, in the meantime, look at the schools and other big buildings that we could use for what you call that, mural of cultural, like we had. I was just thinking about PIU. In the state in Hawaii, there was this two big wall of his picture with the canoes, and he did a lot for the Sinamay people as well, and we have nothing. So maybe that will be the project of the Carolinian Affairs and the indigenous to look at our local people and see if they can put up something about them. And before I forget, because you mentioned about getting the legislature to work on some percentage of some development, I was going to recommend, and they're not gonna, OPA is not gonna like me on this, because a lot of the agencies of the government when I was in the legislature, they were complaining about they're never approached by OPA, and they are submitting or contributing so much percentage from their agencies to the OPA. So instead of giving it to OPA, why not Language Commission? So the legislator sitting here at the back, who is not really listening to me, please take note and look at that, because that will be more useful to the indigenous people, the people of the Sinai, more than we need to kind of lessen all this stuff that are like the jail, the correction and all that. We need to have prevention instead of something that Thank you.
So prevention, not probation, detention, correction, collaboration.
Hello, Director. I'm sorry I came in towards the tail end of your presentation, but the funding that you were mentioning, the grant, does that also include performing arts? I know you did say visual arts, but also performing arts. Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay. Any other question for Director Parker Yobe for the Arts Council? Oh, Albi Maria. Yes?
It has nothing to do with the presentation. The Pacific Arts Festival, when is it happening?
FESPAC. June 10 to June 25th. 2020. Yes. In Hawaii. Anybody else? Gloriana?
This is not a question. I just want to clarify that this grant, the suggestions that you make, we cannot just give it out to you. You have to come in and do your proposal, do all your budget breakdown, give us what your plan is, then we can take it from there. So we cannot just say Arts Council is going to give you $5,000 for this grant. You have to join. If you guys need to join up if you want to come in as an individual, to apply, but you have to be the one to come in and apply. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Please do, because we don't like to return money.
Right, and also, so again, be on the lookout for the public press releases and eligibility. And so again, talo na mga natapan pitching ipinnik table sa taupo sa iprograma sa tasangan niya yun iprograma. Be mindful, please. Again, our people, there's so many opportunities, programs. Come to the meetings, come to their offices, and Keone. Last but not the least, because my small intestines are howling.
Okay, so I really like what I just heard now about the grants and opportunities to support the local artists. An idea just popped in my head where we could probably collaborate with maybe the PDM promoters, that's the Paseo de Maranas promoters, maybe the mayor's office, or some other groups to tap into the grant so that we can beautify the Paseo Strip. There's a lot of buildings that don't match their neighbors. Some of them look funky, but one thing for sure is that a lot of the buildings could really use a color upgrade. So rather than just use a single shade, what about we fill it up with art, not just pictures of our history, but take the opportunity to allow anyone who's paseoing through the Paseo to learn some words. We can throw on some pictures on the wall, have it written in different fonts and written in different languages, but everyone can learn how to say Hafade, Tiro, say we can put up phrases around Garapan along with pictures so that everyone who walks there has the opportunity to learn, not just the tourists, but even the families who walk around Garapan to enjoy the strip. That's a great idea, Kyun. In fact, that's why we need artists and architects and engineers. We cannot do this alone. We cannot sit in our office and think, oh, what we should build a design and put it there and there. We need everybody's involvement so we can come up with projects that means, like what you're saying, it means we're accommodating our visitors and as well as our general community. I did have a plan with the Paseo a couple years ago. It's just a wild plan. I sat with an artist and we talked about it. We're gonna paint 3Ds on the walkways so the kids can be part of the. But MVA has a big plan with that area. That's why we haven't done much down there until further notice. Right. I guess we'll go back.
So exciting stuff ahead. No, pues malata na papaki si Parker, director for the Arts Council. He's an artist himself. I'm sure he learns arts through comics. And your number is 322-9883. Or 9983. And 9982.
And CNMIArtsCouncil.org.
CNMIArtsCouncil.org.
Not that Myla.
.org. Okay? Si Sus Masi sulang online. Maulungin. So malanta manatsu at bindisining kanon ni para no para isustansya ni tataw-tawta papabitsuni na solta zan ipasuta mo na.
Alright, I thought I want to take a nap. Okay, welcome back from lunch, everybody. So just going over the things that we talked about this morning, we had our director from the Chamorro Carolinian Language Policy Commission, or CCLPC, come up to talk about funding issues as well as an explanation on how their office came to be and who they're composed of. We had the Carolinian Affairs Office, the Indigenous Affairs Office come up after that. And then before we went to our lunch, we had a presentation from the Carolinian Affairs Office and the NMD Corporation. And then we actually had a quick presentation from Parker, Director of the Arts Council. Thank you for keeping it short. So coming up next, we'll have some presentation from the CNMI Museum by Mr. Daniel Aquino. He'll report on how the CNMI Museum promotes all cultural heritage of the CNMI. Ladies and gentlemen, Danny Aquino.
I just want to thank Mr. Faisal for inviting me and the organizers of this event. I think events like this are very important so we can collaborate, we share ideas, strengths, weaknesses, and possible solutions. I know one of the most common things for every program is money, funding, and that's one of the biggest issues that the museum faces. I also want to say hi to our former chairman, John Gonzalez, for the museum, board member, Revolvement, Mark. What I didn't do was I didn't prepare a PowerPoint presentation, but I have pictures of what the museum used to be. And maybe what I can do is divide it into three, and then just pass it along. And then I can discuss things about the museum. What you're getting is the museum pretty much maybe a week, or some of them in most cases are right when I got there. A lot of people ask, what made you decide to go to the museum? To be honest with you, the first day that I walked in that door, I was kind of startled because the condition was very bad. It was similar to something like you would see after a typhoon. You got flooded floors and everything. My concern was always for the safety of the visitors and the staff. So I had no other choice but to shut down the museum. And the second thing was to get an assessment of all the artifacts of the museum. As you know, that the museum didn't have any air conditioning system. So with that in mind, that brought on termites, massive termite colony, which basically, it ate away some of our German period collection. I've had many consultations with our chairman, our former chairman, and our current chairman, how we should best go about the approach. And one of the best things that we discussed was, for the museum to have its kind of semi-autonomy to control its finances. The museum now is a lot better than when I first got there. What we did was we had the Guam Museum come down. They did the first phase of the refresh. And when I say refresh, was that they created a new storyline for the museum, because in like 15 years the museum never had a storyline. You know, the museum is the old Japanese hospital. And one of the difficulties that I have is that the museum is just not a department. It's a tourist attraction site. So whether we just want to open our doors, we can't. There must be a level of cleanliness. There must be a level of presentation to show the pride in our culture and how we display the museum, how the museums are handled. I mean, the artifacts are handled. So that's why it's very challenging when you have minimal budget or no budget and you don't have the expertise on island. So I had no other choice but to consult with our chairman and to go down to Guam with the chairman and the staff to actually see how a museum should be run. That's the first step. The second step was to actually bring the people from the Guam Museum to actually do an assessment. The cleaners that we have, despite what some people at finance say, we like to just say that the cleaners are different. They're from the indoor and the outdoor. The indoor, everyone's required to wear gloves, all our cleaners. They have to go through the basic training of how to handle artifacts. No faucet water is used to clean artifacts. It's always bottled water. And that's always at the very least. We try to keep the the artifacts intact. We just use dusters, vacuums, and we try to dehumidify the place. As you know, the air conditioning system was donated by IT&E. Much of the stuff that we have at the museum are just through donations. The gold, I know there's been a lot of controversy about the gold. When I got there, the gold that was there is there. That's all I'm going to say. It's being displayed now. We've got display cases from duty free. Most of the stuff there are donated. We're having an event December 8th, and that's from the Tansuri Foundation, and they've indicated that they will give us another donation, a check donation. What else? We've secured a space for the ancestral remains. One of the concerns, I guess, before when I got there was that most of the ancestral remains were just placed in boxes and just left on the floor. I'm very sensitive towards that, so what I did was we had one major storage that was constructed that was through 3 containers donated by Saipan Shipping, Mr. Juan Santiago Tenorio, and the existing containers. We had the walls cut, so actually if anybody goes in and they request to see it, you're more than welcome. It's actually it's a very, let's say it's like a house. It's like a commercial house or like a bank when you go in. You have commercial tiles. We try to do the building in a way where it can be repurposed for a temporary exhibit. So that's what we always keep in mind whenever we do things. We've got some environmentalists, nature advocates that called up our former chairman, Mr. Gonzalez, raising concerns. What the heck is that director doing with the fame trees? He cut them all. They were sick. We had no other choice. And right now, with our grounds, we try to maintain them. We cut them 3 times a week. The old Japanese laboratory, as you can see, that's been repaired. If we RFP that thing, that would have cost the CNMI taxpayers more than $55,000. We solicited various quotations, and they range from $55,000, which was the cheapest, all the way up to like $70,000. I was able to do that on 2 sections for just $33,000. Everything that we've done there, we've really cut costs. Security, before would cost like $50,000, $60,000. We're doing our securities for like 30-some thousand. So the bones are kept at our friend Camacho. That's $750 a month, 1,500 square foot. I felt that was the best place because there's a security camera, security guard, and it's termite proof. So we lost the storage, the curator facility that was across the street, and that's another story. It was so bad, and it really it'll break your heart, when you, for those of you guys who want to know what it was like, it was just it was a disaster. It was termite infested. We lost more collections, priceless collections that we could never get back from the German period, Japanese, and some from the Tinian era. But everything now is going well. We're pretty much where we should be as far as the preservation of the artifacts. And if there's any questions, I want to just open them up to you if you have any questions for me.
Right here. I got the mic.
This is Marcy, Mr. Kimo.
Thank you, Mr. Aquino. I think you and your staff have done a tremendous job. I am just really shocked to find out that we lost some of the artifacts. And I am, as you know, I was part of the beginning of the museum when we did the project for the establishment of the museum. And when it was established, it was really nice and it's very appropriate for a museum. But I think over the years, it didn't get enough funding and never did get enough funding until now. And it's amazing that you're able to get all the leverage, the funding from private organizations. And you're making a great impact in the minds of the leaders out there, in terms of trying to get more support and also in the community. What I'm really interested to know is the public should have been informed about the loss, of the artifacts, because those belong to the public. And I was wondering whether there is an inventory of those artifacts that were lost and whether those could be replaced some other time, maybe in the future. But it would be good to know what we have lost. And I'm glad to know that the gold stock, is still intact, because we heard rumors that those were gone, or most of it was gone. So it would be nice to get an inventory of the museum. We have friends coming and they just want to see the museum, and it looks very nice now. And I'm glad that you clarified about the plane tree, because I love trees, and I said, oh my God, they cut.
Yeah.
But I know they are termite infested probably, yeah?
Yes.
So I hope you're planning to plant more beautiful trees, like, local, ifit, Hagatetlang, and all those indigenous trees around the museum. So thank you very much, because I know you are working against great odds at this time.
Right.
But for the survey, the inventory, perhaps you can share that later, if you have. Thank you.
To respond, the collections, the artifacts, it was basically the pictures, that were donated from the German era. Things like that, I really don't think it would be very difficult to get them back, to get a replacement for them. Because even the negatives that existed were because of the loss of air conditioning. The negatives all stuck together, pictures stuck together. So, I tried my best. I've sought experts to try to digitize the negs. I was always under consultation with our chairman and our board members. One of the things that I've always tried to do was, if we did something, let's say like planted trees, we wanted to always bear in mind that if I left the museum or whoever took over, they would have the least amount of money allocated towards maintenance. That's why if you look at those palm trees, I know I've received criticism that why didn't I plant ifit trees and stuff like that. Honestly, maintenance is a big issue with any department, any building. They've asked me if I wanted a bigger museum. I said no. The reason why is that that's going to be additional maintenance cost. Just like the Guam Museum is facing, they cannot maintain their building. In fact, they really credit the museum. And if any one of you goes down to the museum, you can just go in. If you want to donate, you can donate. But if you don't have money, you can always just go in. That's what I tell my staff. Children, they go in free. Students, we normally charge $1, but as you know, the PSS, they've got like a different structure up there where they have to pay taxi tours, and taxi tours brings the students. So I just waive it. Sometimes my former chairman and I, we butt heads on that because the museum also needs to make money, and I understand his point. With respect to the artifacts, all the Chamorro Carolinian artifacts, they're there. In fact, we have the slabs that are up there, and if a lot of people are wondering what those slabs are, our intent was to build those temporary huts. We were going to use galvanized, so prevent termites. And then we were collaborating already with indigenous, like if we do get that, and the Arts Council, they will be responsible for the events that happen there. We're trying to do like one event a week and see how that goes. But we want to charge like these vendors like $30. That way the museum, there's 14 slabs, we get $420. The museum cannot sustain itself. I'll make that clear. I mean, I'm not a rocket scientist, I'm not a doctor, but I can tell you right now, doing the math, the only way the museum can survive is if we have an entrance fee of $100. So if 6,000 people go there, $100. That's not gonna happen.
Your Nuestra Senora de la Concepcion collection, what kind of security do you have, and have you registered it with Interpol?
As far as everything that was done prior to it, because that thing was acquired in 1998, when I took over, I secured the goat. The reason why I secured the goat was because most of the display cases were all termite infested. Termites ate the wood, and it's going to be very inconceivable and reckless on my part to display that gold, knowing that anybody that does go through the museum can just use their key and lift up the glass casing and take the gold. Security system, we have security guards there. We have CCTV on the inside. Based on the gold area, let me tell you, there's about 6 cameras just dedicated just for the gold. We've added additional deadbolts on every door, our entrance doors. There's deadbolts. Our doors are locked, so I know that on the comments for the museum, you're going to see like a lot of people complaining that their door's locked. They're locked for a reason. I'd rather be safe than sorry. I'd rather be safe than have someone go in with a machete and a sledgehammer and just ram a hammer through that display case and run out with a door. So that's why it's there. So I instruct that the doors be locked. I just ask for the public's patience and cooperation that we have things there that nobody else has. In the Pacific, we have gold. Guam doesn't have it. We have it. Guam is asking for some. I'm reluctant to give it.
So, just an example, the Santa Maria in Comelin and the cathedral in Guam. On the Santa Maria in Comelin statue, and the cathedral in Guam is priceless. It has no monetary, we don't ascribe a monetary value to it. However, it has been stolen over time at least 3 times. And I think what they were trying to get was the crown, because the old lady so forgot donated jewels that one philanthropist in Guam, I'd call him that, but had the crown made to honor the people of Forgotten, but also his wife. And what we suggested at the time, because I was running the Los Nombres de Maria Cathedral Basilica Museum, we suggested that it be registered with the international police. So if anybody were to take it and they transfer it across, any jurisdiction, we can easily have the international police try to locate it. So that's what I was basically suggesting with your gold collection. your priceless
Yeah.
gold collection.
I've read in previous reports that there was, I think, suggestion of that. I'll just follow up if there was ever any action taken as far as Interpol. But as far as our own local CNMI laws, they're one of the very strictest as far as artifacts. Anybody caught with artifacts, you can go to jail. You cannot sell it, you cannot pawn it. It has to be given over to HBO. From HBO, it gets turned over to the NMI Museum. The museum, how we safeguard that thing, let me tell you. They may be able to get in, but it's gonna be a hell of a lot to get out. You know, those bolts, the safety bolts that we put in are from the top and bottom. So it's gonna take a lot to get out.
Okay, just as a kind request, our focus today is on the Chamorro and Carolinian language, the orthography. So let's keep our questions pertaining to the presentation as well as maybe a way that it touches on our subject for today. Thank you.
Maybe what I can add is that, you know, a lot of the collections that are in here are more than 4,000 years old, the Chamorro collections, right? More than 4,000. And we have gold in there, but I don't treat the gold any differently than what I would do to treat the Chamorro or Carolinian ancestry collections. I don't treat the gold any differently than the Chamorro ancestry remains. I've given them the best room. And the chairman and Mr. Mark Reboloman can attest that my office is one of the last ones that hasn't even been touched. But I've given the bones, the ancestry remains, the best. I'm telling you, if you guys ever went down and you see our storage, you will be surprised at what I've done. Everything is preserved, everything is maintained daily. I'm talking not just once a day, throughout the day. I expect our walls clean. You guys can go in there with a white glove or white paper towel. You're not going to find one dirt, top to bottom. I expect people working from the time that they go in to the time that they leave. Our Chamorro remains, and the artifacts, they're all preserved. They're all maintained daily.
Your new paint is beautiful.
Thank you.
Because I always go to the museum every time I come here, whether it's twice a year, once a year, whatever.
The museum sounds like the perfect place for us to not only show off artifacts of our past, but also be a chance for the future generations to get in touch. And of course, the information that we want to post at the museum, quite possibly not just be in English, Chinese, or Korean, but again, in our own preferred, newly established orthography. Does anyone else have a question or comment?
This is very sad to hear that you don't have support, financial support, and because like he said, these are all for our future generation to know what we are today. And I was going to ask, has there been some activities for raising funds, or what is the legislature? What do the legislature know about what the museum is with all due respect? If they are not giving you enough money to maintain and make sure that those artifacts of us, and from yesteryears, what's going to happen? I think they need to have you, sit down with them and share what you're sharing with us. This is, I'm getting emotional because I was part of the establishment of that museum. It was my bill that was signed into law to, bring it to where it is now. And of course with Dr. Liz Rehebe. And so I really would like to see that we improve with the whole CNMI community involved. If there are going to be, fundraiser activities as well as something that the legislature can come up with and give you some percentage from something that's going on that will really, get and assess fees. Of course, with the students, that's a different story, but for locals and visitors, we must have that. Thank you.
Okay, in response to that, I think about 2 weeks ago, there was our bill. It's the public House Bill 20-52, I'm sorry, 20 or 21-52. That's the container tax, the non-alcoholic beverage container tax. former Speaker Ralph Dimapon is assisting us on that. We sought his assistance. I found it very difficult dealing with lawmakers. You know, in front of you, they say all the nice things. Then later on, you see that your bill was chopped into different pieces. So this is going to be the second attempt for this non-alcoholic beverage container tax. And I think what we've done was we made a piecemeal with the Indigenous Affairs and the Carolinian Affairs Office to do that under a separate standing bill. So with that, we're trying to get 20% from that, which would equate somewhere from a minimum of 120 all the way to 200, over 200,000. That's one of the things. The other thing that we got was 30,000 from this the casino tax. I guess we were late in the game. But you know, the sad reality is that programs such as the Indigenous Affairs, the Carolinian Affairs Office, the Women's Affairs, and programs like the museum, we're at the bottom of the totem pole, you know, so to speak. And maybe there's a reason, I don't know, but I cannot see any positive reason why you would whip or shortchange some of the funding to preserve culture, to preserve language, to preserve the practices from the past. I just can't see it. And in fact, I even testified up there in the House, and I said that we're going to get the support. I just came, prior to me coming here, I was in a meeting with the Secretary of Finance. One of the issues was our funding, that we want to try to have a level of self-autonomy, since the museum is it's like a semi-autonomous. So we want to be able to express what is implied in the law, that we be allowed to control our finance and accounting, or compromise. We meet right in the middle, because we want to be able to pay our vendors, because one of the things that we can't do is move forward with the preservation of some, like the Chamorro. We want more display cases to preserve the like say you guys have the Chamorro Carolinian dictionary, we want to put that, we want to showcase that, we want to sell it, but we can't do anything without money. And the only way we can do that is if these guys just stop touching our funds and leave it alone for that reason.
You know, the Guam Museum gets a lot of its funding from the Tourist Attraction Fund. Do you have a comparable Tourist Attraction Fund?
The Tourist Attraction Fund is dedicated towards the Marianas Visitors Authority. Some of those tax, I think, goes towards like PSS. I don't know what the breakup is, but we're not privy to that. There was the Manigaha landing fee, but then there was opposition to that as well. So basically what we get is what we try to ask for. Unfortunately, we're not, the appropriations or the budget this year is not that great. So programs such as ours, the Indigenous Affairs, Carolinian Affairs, they're all cut.
But I think a lot of our cultural programs are funded through the TAF on Guam, and that's a fund that will be sustained so long as there are tourists, and also it's a continuous stream. Yes. It's a stable stream of income, so that might be something you want to explore.
Yeah.
There are a couple of questions that I have, if you don't mind. I'm a member of the COSAS board of the Guam Museum, and we were also, all of us were involved in shaping the story, the Chamorro story that drives the museum exhibits, the permanent museum exhibits on Guam. And as part of that effort, and it speaks to our Chamorro identity, because it's the journey of the Chamorro people through time. That became the focus of the exhibit. Exhibits in the past have been driven by events that took place on our land, rather than telling the story of our people and how our people interfaced with events. It's usually been, you tell about the American period, you tell about the Japanese period, you tell about the Spanish period, but where is the Chamorro story in those views of periodization? And yesterday, Chris asked me if I could mention some of the work that we've been doing on revisionism. Chris, do you remember yesterday? No. And so part of our whole effort in
rewriting the story was to write it from an indigenous revisionist perspective, which meant that we had to claim the story, right? And that's one of the things that I'm very proud that we participated in the Guam instance, is to actually name the periods. When we were doing the storyline, we renamed the history periods to be driven by the Chamorro experience rather than the experience of outsiders on our land. And so that was a very significant effort. So I just want to share that with everybody. The other thing that we've recently been doing on Guam with the Guam Museum is to relocate all of the human remains that were part of the Guam Museum collection and bring them back into a respectable and dignified resting place before they get interred. So one of the things I wanted to ask you, because this is big, and our commission is really pushing I Natan Chamorro, Guam, and do you have something comparable in plan for reinterring the human remains of our ancestors rather than keeping them on shelves? We've been pushing for putting them where they belong, which is but in a very dignified resting place. And so we've been pushing and working with the Historic Preservation Office, with SHPO, with the archaeologists who are holding some of the remains because we don't have space to store them. But recently we relocated and restored the human remains in the Guam Museum collection. And I just wondered, I applaud you for doing that and for giving them, that is the building that you're most proud of and take care of. This is a big statement of respect and honor to our ancestors, right? And we're also trying to deal with this issue in the context of sacred places, because there are sacred places here in all of our islands, no? And so I'm just wondering if you've discussed this with your board, if you've begun to make plans, because we would love to learn from what you're doing as we begin to do this ourselves on Guam.
I believe the appropriate department would be the Department of Community and Cultural Affairs. The secretary, I think they've already had talks regarding the remains to be buried. As far as us, the only thing that we're doing is that we're just waiting for the go-ahead, and then they would come and pick them up. We still have the remains from, I believe, the Best Sunshine that we just don't have space for. We're making plans to close up the pavilion in the back for additional storage because we've maxed out. One of the issues that we're getting, I think, is that we all have competing interests. That's just my opinion. There's competing interests from the different departments. Let's say, like, if I want to do something, maybe other departments don't see what I want, or they don't agree with what I want, so then they end up doing their own. And I think, that's basically the Chamorro mentality. We have competing interests. Yeah, So that's what happens now, and I think in Guam it's a different thing I see, because it's like everyone is coming together. I think the way I see it here is who gets the most glory.
Daniel, the Commission's funding comes from the Tourist Attraction Fund. All the money we got for FY 2020.
All 467,000 came from the Tourist Attraction Fund. So the TAF in Guam funds a lot of these agencies. But I wanted to bring you a little bit closer to international. What we have done at the Commission is we have asked for more autonomy, as you put it, so we can access international funding. Like, for example, UNESCO, the site you're on is very important, and the building that you're in is also very historically significant. And the collection of Nuestra Señora de la Concepción, you are the only ones that have this collection. And it's so, to me, historically significant in terms of our colonization. And so our main theme is decolonize, nation building. And by the way, we could possibly support your bills here. I have flown as far as in Hawaii to testify on behalf of the Hawaiians' claim to their, desecrated ancestral human remains. I always put the word human in front because those bones had blood flowing through them at one time. They are real, they are, as you put it, our ancestors. And they're not just bones. So anyway, but we should support each other because our ancestors are your ancestors. The whole Northern Marianas, our ancestors are our collective ancestors. And so in that way we can help. If you folks would write to us about your bills, and we can write letters to your legislature. Just like we have done the past couple of days. We went and visited your Senate President, we went and visited the Speaker. We can do those things. I have no qualms about walking in there, just as a Chamorro and here because we have concerns. Thank you.
One of the challenges that we have is the staffing, the expertise, the technical expertise. I'm not going to say that I'm an expert. I can say that I can tell you what's wrong with the building. I can try to fix it the best way under a budget. As far as artifacts and everything, I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. I bring in the experts. I bring in an archaeologist. I call in the Guam Museum, and that's what I rely on. If we're going to apply for grants, realistically, if we're going to apply for a museum grant, why bother when you know you're not going to qualify? We don't have a curator for more than 7 years. We don't have government support for as long as I can remember. Those are key ingredients to the success and approval of grants, a museum grant. And that's what's been relayed to me, through the Guam Museum. You gotta have temperature, climate control. These are things that I cannot just give a grant application and say, oh, I did this last month or I did this last year. There has to be a paper trail that this has been done. Because no one is gonna give me $1 million or $500,000 if I just did this overnight. They're gonna see that there is a governmental support in this. That it's not just the museum. It's gonna have to be our legislators, our leaders. It's gonna have to be the entire government, the community, and everything. We only have 3 staff, and we're spread thin as it is. We're not like the Guam Museum. The Guam Museum is a non-profit corporation. It's a partnership between the government of Guam and a private organization to run the Guam Museum. They're in a much better situation than we are. I've talked with the chairman for the Endowment Fund for the Humanities. He was here yesterday. He was very impressed with our museum. He was very impressed that he said that he can probably see ways to go around some of the requirements because of the content that we have. We're content rich. We've got gold, we've got vases, we've got the ancestral remains. So he says that the museum that we have is perfect. We've done so far everything that we could possibly do. And he said it's a very impressive museum despite its size. So, things like that, it makes me feel good that at least we're doing things in the right way. Yeah, so it's just the funding. And
Just an idea of one way to make money, because I was at the cathedral as a volunteer museum director. We developed a Museums of Guam tour that we sold to the tourists. And we developed a brochure, put it down at the hotels, and they buy the tour for $35, and we get $5 for every tourist that comes in. And so we set up the museum just so we could get some money for the church at the time. And so you have American Park, the museum there, you have this, and Rita has a collection of Chamorro books and stuff from Mount Carmel. The church here, you have 3 museums that you can have as a museums of the NMI tour and sell it at $40, $50. People would buy it.
We have competing interests. 70% of our tourists that come to the museum are Chinese. You know,
I don't care for museums.
your tourists in Guam are predominantly Japanese. The Japanese market, you can probably sell it to. I can't sell a package to the museum the way it is now for 75, for 50, for even 30 bucks. I'm just being realistic. I cannot, not with Chinese. Chinese are different. You tell them $3, you're asking $3, they just turn around and do an about face. So what do? Rather than have my staff sit idle, I allow them to come in so they can be more professional on how to deal with tourists. Now we're preparing for the SkyMart inauguration flight, that's November 29. Now we hope at least that thing will help build us. As far as the grants, we're looking into all of those. We're gonna look for the Guam Museum to help us. They're very helpful, they're very open-armed about this. Like I said, we only have 3 staff, and one of that staff is a kid with he's delayed, a developmental disability. So that leaves us with 2.
So you can get a grant for having a disabled person on board.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, there's just let the children pay their quarter for their entrance. You get
Put a
some.
limosna box at Sunshine.
Hello.
Sunshine.
Excuse me, sorry.
Everybody has to drop $1.
I'm very happy that we're getting a lively discussion on this subject. However, we would like to continue with the program, and we do have a Q&A section afterwards, as well as an open floor for everyone to discuss each of the presentations that we see today. For now, Mr. Aquino, we'd like to, if you have any other closing remarks.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank everyone for allowing me to brief you guys what the state of the museum is. As you know, that I also put out like monthly center spreads. People ask me, why do I spend money on a center spread? I think it's very important to accurately depict, what's going on in the museum. And the only way to do that is to pay for an ad. To have a reporter interview you, you're not going to get your full message out. And what we want to stress is that we're working hard every day. We're looking at every angle. We're even exploring the idea of our interactive TVs, of selling advertisements to all these businesses that engage with tourists, like McDonald's, Tony Roma's. We want to sell ads so we can generate these money to help with our maintenance costs. So we're doing everything. I'm doing whatever is possible. I'm communicating with the chairman, I'm communicating with the Guam Museum. We're doing everything. The problem is funding, is money, and technical expertise. And I'd like to invite you guys all anytime. We're open Monday to Friday, 9 to 4. On Saturdays, we extended that. As you know, even in our austerity, we ask for flexibility. Saturdays is 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. December 6th, we're inviting the Tan Suli decided to hold a fundraiser or like an outreach for their executives to showcase the Chamorro, Carolinian exhibits. And Mr. Jerry Tan himself was very impressed with the direction we're going. Same thing with, what's his name? Ricky Delgado of IT&E. He was very much impressed. So there's a lot of things that goes on that I don't try to like brag about. I just want to remain humble, that I am trying my best. I've never said that I was an expert when I was first interviewed for the job by the board. I've only promised hard work. That's what I can do, is just hard work. I work my butt off. I come in at night just to check the museum is okay. I come in early mornings. If I sense that there's anything that I feel might endanger the museum, I'll come in at my time. So I'd like to thank everybody again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aquino of the Saipan Museum. So of course, minimum budget, maximum results, that's what we all want to do. Sad fact is, most of us, that's what we have to work with, $0. But one of the things that drives our opportunities to gain funding from national, whether it's a granting program or the private institutions, is hard data, information, statistics, results from surveys. Coming up next, we'll be calling upon the Department of Commerce, where they'll have a report from the statistical unit regarding data collected from 2010 to 2017 Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Department of Commerce Representative John Hosono. Madam.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Secretary of Commerce, Mr. Marco Rimoliman, I'd like to thank the Executive Director for the Language Commission for inviting us and giving us the opportunity to take part in today's, in the two-day events started yesterday, ending today. My presentation is going to be quite boring. I might put you guys to sleep. Well, my report is basically on numbers.
Already looks interesting.
So again, the Central Statistic Division, also known as CSD, Central Statistic Division, was given the authority through the Commonwealth Statistical Act of 1990, or also Public Law 735. So basically, CSD, Department of Commerce, is responsible in collecting and gathering all the data that is conducted throughout the CNMI, both CNMI government and federal government. So as Keone introduced earlier, that I am going to be talking about the 2010 data as well as 2017. The most recent data that I'm going to be showing you today is the labor workforce survey that was conducted back in 2017, and it kind of targeted the spoken language at home. So these are the languages that are spoken throughout the CNMI: Chamorro, Carolinian, FSM. Again, FSM is not only one language, but it has multiple languages: Chuk, Yap, and Panapi, if I'm not mistaken, all combined into one. And we also have Palau, followed by Filipino, Koreans, Chinese, and we, again, put Bangladesh, Sri Lankans, and Samoans, and other languages that are also spoken on island. And of course, it's like the glue that binds all these different nationalities together. It's what we use daily, and since beginning, it's English. So in 2017, as I mentioned earlier, CNMI conducted a labor force survey. And in that survey, we also visited the islands of Tinian, Rora, and broken the islands into the island of Saipan into 5 districts. So when we conducted this survey, there was about 10% of the total house throughout the CNMI that were visited. So the number that we gathered is somewhere just a little bit above the 35,000. And then a question that was asked in the survey: what is the spoken language at home? And as you can see, it's not only Chamorro's English from the first slide that I showed, but in our presentation for the purpose of our gathering today, I'm going to highlight the Chamorro and the Carolinian numbers. And as you can see, the total numbers of Chamorros and Carolinian throughout the CNMI is a little bit above 11,000. Out of that 11,000, it is broken down into Chamorros and Carolinian, and I kind of highlighted in different colors so that it's easier on the eyes to see the information. And as I mentioned earlier, my presentation is really boring because it's numbers. But again, Language Commission can utilize this data as well as PSS to kind of measure how the programs, the projects that have been implemented, is it working or not?
So is the, excuse me sir, is the 11,000 the total population or the population?
Just the population of the Chamorros and the Carolinians combined.
Who were surveyed.
Who were surveyed. And that's about 10% of the total population in the CNMI.
So what is the total population?
10% is 35,000.
10%
is 35.
Yeah, so the last census that was done was back in 2010. I do not have that data on hand, but what you can find on the internet, it's showing that in the CNMI, there's a little over 12,000 Chamorros, whereas on the island of Guam, there's close to over 35,000 Chamorros. Then again, looking at the data, we surveyed 18 years old and above, head of household. Keep in mind that, for example, let me use my household. I'm the head of household, and the language that I spoke at home is Carolinian. My cousin, Gordon, married a Palawan lady. Gordon is the head of household. The way that he would answer the survey is he would put Carolinian instead of Palau, which is the mother tongue. So the survey may be off by a small fraction, but it's not big enough to make a big significant when it comes to you using our data to apply for grants. And over time, through education, as you can see, the higher education that our people get, the lesser they use the vernacular language, whether it's Chamorro or Carolinian at home. And again, a good example would be me. Growing up in the 70s, having parents that were born during the Japanese time and only had a less than 9th grade education. At school, we would talk in English. On the campus ground during recess and lunch, we would speak Carolinians, and because I do not know how to speak Chamorro, I tend to listen to my Chamorro classmates, and that's how I pick up the Chamorro language. So today, I understand Chamorro, speak Chamorro, so I can actually talk to you in the presentation using the 3 official language in the CNMI. The next slide that you're looking at is, again, answered by the head of household, and again, this is a question relating to 5 years up to the age of 14, and we kind of broke it down into different categories. Can you guys really see the numbers back there? I can zoom in more, and you can see that through education, and as we grow older, speaking Carolinian in my home is getting lesser and lesser. And this is an alarm, it's an alarming thing for me. For the past 3 days, I've been looking at this number and sharing it with my family at home. But then again, hearing that one of our presenters today mentioned that we do not prioritize our language as we once upon a time did. And again, the pictures here, I just kind of pull them off the internet, courtesy of Microsoft Access again. And folks, if you are interested in getting a copy of our data, please shoot a request to the Secretary of Commerce or the Director for Central Statistics. You can take a photo again if you like. I'll be sharing emails with you at the end of my presentation where you can send in a request and we'll send you electronic copies. And again, out of the 14,000 Chamorros and Carolinians, you can see that there's a big number that did not attend school at all. And there's only 15% out of the total population that had attaining education. Like I said, my presentation is speedy, boring, and short. So for more information, and if you want to get datas from surveys that are collected throughout the CNMI, you can contact the Central Statistics Division at 664-3045. That's the director's number, or the email address is behind me on the screen, or you can log on to our website. Now, if you have questions, please, all your questions are good. I am not able to answer any questions, but please, you can contact our director and pass your questions to them, and they'll email you back.
Thank you very much.
I'm open for questions. If you have any questions.
So the floor is open. To limit time, let's just have a few questions, maybe 3, 4, or 5. He mentioned that you can utilize this information for acquiring grants, so that would be really helpful. If your aim is to take that number and increase it, that's really good. If it's to cut it in half, you're in the wrong office.
So, looking at the data here in PSS, Ms. Pat Capleo, with the immersion project, we can see that at an earlier, younger age, the Chamorro language or the Carolinian language is used at home. And as we continue through education, wrong slide. As we progress, not only through age, but higher education, our language is disappearing. So maybe instead of just doing the immersion once a month, maybe we should increase it and do more CAO, do more activities throughout the month, year, and don't give up. Even though the budgets coming to your office is very small, let's not give up.
Indeed, we're a room full of champions, especially gathered for our mission today to formalize the orthography for the Chamorro and Carolinian languages. Ms. Capileo.
Ibu ayah kalau perlu clarify lebih once a month immersion.
Iswa hi mataf gaya rong immersion wa lelew eh. Siguro ay matsigi hingi esoho nere ibra esoho. Nyade ibrong nere la Dr. Dimapod NMC AOR class rumralis nyameta kisha del falwarsit kifiri. Our way ibarong metay wala mwengi hish. Nyade emal we immersion la media pala ason walong ngere math, science, mengangar-ngar sih isi klip papel alfalos yang rumah ibira numero alfalos yang ibu setiap file masa yang dan yang Arabe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 3, 4, 5 on, and then I might end up using the wrong Carolinian term as again counting system in Carolinian, counting people is different from counting non-living things.
Okay, we'll clarify the immersion classes that are held in Gatman Elementary School is given to kindergartners and now inclusive of first graders. The 50-50 model is used in the classroom, so 50% of the time the students are being taught in English and math. And then 50% of the time, the students are taught in social studies, science, math, fine arts, technology, PE, health, in the language. And it's every day, you know? But maybe you were confused about the...
No, yes, I was confused. So one school became one day in my selective hearing yesterday.
So that's why there's a difference. One of the questions was what is the difference between immersion and the regular classroom, and I made a difference of immersion and the CCLHS because CCLHS was given every day throughout the entire school year, 50% of the time of the day, every day. But CCLHS, now the schools or CCLHS is being taught 45 minutes a day for a week, 1 week. So this is where the problem lies in the other classrooms, CCLHS, because of the challenges of teachers, and funding. Again, funding is always a big matter, but we should continue immersion in our school or Jackman Elementary School and extend it out to the schools. And of course also they, when they go out to collaborate with other agencies, which is the CAO or Indigenous Affairs Office or any other government agency and anywhere on the island, that's where they also learn out there, taking the instructions out of the classroom to anywhere and everywhere on our island. Thank you.
Thank you very much. PSS Immersion Program. We have another question over here.
This is Mr. Hosono, thank you very much. I was wondering, do you have any data related to internet availability at the home, and whether whether they use the vernacular, the language, Chamorro, Carolinian, or whatever? Do you have any analysis of the relationship or correlation with their internet, and they tend to speak more English? Not only internet, but television.
That's a very good question, ma'am. I am not aware of any survey that includes that as a question. But again, we'll bring it up to the director's attention, and hopefully the next survey that we will conduct, either a health survey, census, or a workforce, we will edit and maybe implement a question to target the internet and the language being used. But to answer your question, I'm going to use my family as an example. Growing up with parents born in the Japanese time, with less than 9th grade education, they were having a hard time explaining to me in English my homeworks and my project. So as a little kid growing up, I said, one day if I become a father, I will speak to my children in English. And I did. Today, my kids, when they speak Carolinian, it sounds like foreigners talking to me at home. But again, looking at the data, it's reminding me that when I go home, I need to speak my mother's language, which is Carolinian. I believe it all has to do with our upbringing. My wife is a more modern, traditional Carolinian, where I am more the old, traditional Carolinian. So we kind of headbutt when it comes to just talking to our kids. But I really strongly believe that keeping our language alive, we should start and continue at home. No more questions, please. I'm just kidding.
Does anyone have any other questions or comments? Definitely, I believe is that Dr. Liz Rehebe, your concerns whether or not homes have access to the internet or maybe other various technologies, because as we know, funding is an issue and there's a lot of free platforms online that we can utilize, or platforms that require minimal budgets, especially to get word on our programs out there. So hopefully Department of Commerce, CSD, you guys can get working on that.
Again, on behalf of the Secretary of Commerce, the Director for Central Statistics, we thank you for the short time given to us to share our numbers and do a very boring presentation. Thank you very much, Department of Commerce.
Well, that concludes our regional dialogue. I would be remiss if I would not also include a message of appreciation to the Pacific Island Club for the accommodation and hospitality given to us these past 2 days. As well as to thank Ms. Gustavo Hope, Dr. Soder, and Ms. Terry Flores from Guam. I know that there was a concern brought up yesterday that we were shocked. But honestly, the shock has bring us something to forge for tomorrow. This is not the end of it. And I assure everyone here, we may be traveling to Guam, and let's have Guam host us, so we all could learn also what Guam had. That was the real intention of having all these other collaborating agencies comes up and showcase. As a director of the Chamorro Carolinian Language Policy Commission, I was never aware that there was an executive agreement between public school system and the Indigenous Affairs and Department of Community and Cultural Affairs or the Carolinian Affairs on the practice. Thanks to this regional dialogue. I was never being cognizant that there was a different standard being utilized at higher education, the Northern Marianas College, thanks to this regional dialogue. I was never even given a copy of the Senami Board of Education policy regarding the standard that they're utilizing in the Chamorro Carolinian Language Heritage Study or the immersion program, thanks to this regional dialogue. And this regional dialogue forged a step forward for all of us. We learned from Guam, and Guam learned from us also. And we want to continue that. And I assure everyone, I will bring it up to my secretary and as well as the administration who appointed me. With that, thank you. This concludes our presentation. And I am requesting the Chamorro Carolinian Language Board, Mr. Donald Mendiola, Ms. Gloria Russell, and Ms. Angie Fitial to stay back, please.
Okay.
Mr. Guest,